This next guest is somebody that the entire world that lives on Beyonce's good internet knows.
Man, I was a little bit intimidated to come sit with Jason Lee. Kill your mama, suck my bitch. That's what feeds the algorithm.
Do you think slavery was a choice?
Yeah, I ain't taking that back.
Oh, I can feel the internet right now.
You and your dead baby.
You pepper sprayed Soulja Boy.
Yeah, you goddamn right I makes that.
You said that Sexy Red was a hoe.
Stomp down, dirty leg hoe. Veins were about to explode out my penis.
When you said the Chinese people.
Yeah, I'm that petty.
You were cheating on.
Y'all cheating on my wife. That's an old rotten hoe. Man, I'm gonna be honest.
You think men that paint their fingers are sissies?
You want me to say this on camera?
Absolutely.
Well,
Charleston is not afraid to go viral.
Go viral or die.
Media when he covers your story will be built from the ground up. King, dominate. He's the one, the only, motherfucker Jason Lee.
All right, welcome back to an all-new episode of the Jason Lee Show. Now, we're known for going viral, but I think this is actually going to define that. This next guest is somebody that the entire world that lives on Beyonce's good internet knows. This is a comedian, an actor, hustler, a new author, and somebody that I don't have to ask to tell me exactly what he thinks. Please welcome, oh God, here we go, Charleston White. Okay, so I have to tell you, I tell my family in a group text, oh, I'm interviewing Cardi B, I'm interviewing Young Miami, I got Remy Ma coming on this one. I said I'm interviewing Charleston White. They're like, oh, we gotta catch a flight and come and watch this because everybody back home where I'm from, Stockton, California, where I live now, as you know, and around the country, watches you online, is tapped into everything you say and do. And I think every time you turn on the internet, you go viral. I don't know if that's by design.
That's intentional.
Is it intentional?
Yeah, I do that intentional.
You do?
Yeah.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I appreciate you for having me. I was actually excited and nervous at the same time.
Nervous is, I don't want to hear that. I'm not accepting that Charleston White was nervous.
Even when I do stand-up, I tell my partners, man, I got to work this nervousness off, and they think I be playing. But nah, man, anytime the camera come on you, and it's not scripted, it's an element, for me it is. Mm-hmm. I'm nervous because, man, I don't know what I'm gonna say sometimes because I'm so truthful.
Yeah.
And there's a brutal truth to a lot of the things that I say, but I like to use the ugly truth.
Yeah.
And the ugly truth is very offensive.
Let me tell you, I know people are watching saying, I thought Jason Lee was getting away from the tea, sipping less tea, sipping more cappuccino. Yes, this is the set where we sip cappuccino, but the thing that I find interesting about you is I don't know half the time when I'm watching you if it's an act, if it's real, what you believe, what you don't, because what I do know for sure is we have lots of intersections, of similarities. Yeah. You had said something somewhere where you said, somebody had asked you, why you say all these wild, crazy things, and you said, that's how I get these niggas' attention. Yeah. And it stopped me that day because I really feel like when I share my story of how I got into the game, I had to get people's attention, being very honest in a brutal way, not as brutal as you sometimes, but brutal. And that was the thing that kind of stuck with people. So that hit me in a way because I'd never seen you say that.
In 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, I wouldn't dare use the word nigga on social media publicly because I was a youth advocate, working, partnering, in training the state's Texas Juvenile Justice Department. So I'm raised in a household where the word nigga is not used. That's a term that it's a term that you don't use. But hip hop and culture-wise, it's a term that we embrace. So even as a man, I was conflicted with what I believe culturally and what I was trying to evolve away from boy to man, right? So it became my outlet, right, to get on here and talk like an ignorant motherfucker, suck my dick, because that's the lyric of the rapper, right? And what made me realize that is because I grew up when gangster rap first came. We both 1977 babies, right? Yeah. So when Eazy-E in the song We Want Easy, there's a questionnaire where they say, hey, Easy, why do you wear your pants like that? I wear my pants like this because it's easy access, baby. Easy, why do you talk like this? He says, I talk like this to get my point across. Now think about that. It's no difference when grandmother or mom or mother and them come in and say, hey, when I leave here, I want you to wash the dishes. I want you to go cut the grass. I want you to do this. She say it nicely the first time, and we typically ignore that. But if she come in and say, get y'all mother up, I'm gonna whoop your goddamn ass, boy, you jump up and go to getting it then. So I understand that form of psychology in vernacular when, presenting my presentation to the world. I started out, before I came to the internet, public speaking. My public speaking then went to motivational speaking. So by the time I got to the internet, I had already been through community college. I was about to drop out in college as a pre-law student at Texas Western University. So I had studied theater and arts, drama, professional speech, introduction to speech. So I just brought all that to the internet. So that's why it seems like the character is so conflicting, because it's all in one. I can't come tell the truth 100% of the time. It's just like the teacher can't just really teach to our kids. They have to put some form of music or arts or fun to learning. So I just brought that to the internet, but in a villain-fine way. I wanted to be a villain.
But why did you, so you intentionally want to be a
villain? Yeah, I wanted to be a villain because this what I know from studying our culture. We all start out loving all our favorite celebrities, only to end up hating them. I watched us. I'm a Michael Jackson baby.
I'm a Michael Jackson.
But we turned on Mike in the end.
Yeah.
When all those allegations came, we started calling Mike crazy, and when he was wearing the mask. We turned on Whitney in the end when she stayed too long with Bobby, and we felt like she should have left Bobby. So we turned on all of our greats. So I said, man, I get them to hate me, and eventually they'll love me in the end, because they're gonna realize who I am in real life. So I can come online and come play something that I'm not in real life. Right?
See, this is interesting, because I've told the story many times in interviews, even on my own show and interviewing Floyd. When I first came into the game wanting to unlock Hollywood, I thought, hey, there needs to be a platform that shows black culture in a way that mainstream doesn't. So I'm gonna be their favorite platform to go to. It didn't happen like that. And Floyd said, stop trying to be everybody's friend and just be a savage, because the savage always wins. I thought, well, I don't want to be a savage, because sometimes it feels uncomfortable to have to be a savage. But the minute I started saying what I thought, I mean, it almost seemed like a magnet. It sucked the industry in. Why is it that way in our culture, you think? And then do you believe, like I do, that we know how to cannibalize our own better than everybody else?
Of course we do. It's almost how we get ahead in America. We can't get ahead in America really uplifting other black people. And we're openly doing it. We can't, at every level of success that we get to, we openly as black people reach back down and pull other black people up by the masses. They'll close the doors on us.
They who? White folks or black people?
Black people. White people stopped being our enemies a long time ago.
Oh, I can feel the internet right now. Do you believe that?
Yeah, I truly believe that.
Why?
Because capitalism has superseded racism in America. So it's becoming more of nationalism, right? This is America. So that's why you see the Proud Boys, groups like that emerging, white ring conservatives. They're not talking racism, they're talking their country. We're stuck on racism.
Black folks, but people would say black people can't be racist.
We're stuck on the idea of being racist. We don't have the power to be.
The idea of the country and white people still being racist?
Yeah, so we're because we feel that we're owed something, whether there's reparations or we truly believe, and we are owed something, if we're gonna be honest, right? But there's a group that feels entitled, and that's the group that's hurting us, right? So the entitled group uses racism as an excuse, as a crutch, but they really don't know racism, because racism is really hidden in the fabrics of America and in bank loans and why you can't access. So we see more prejudice than we do racism.
It's interesting. I was on a call today with a brand where I've been talking to this brand that everybody knows for 3 years about a partnership. And I said, you know what? I just want to understand you. When George Floyd died, all of you promised millions and billions of dollars investing in black-owned businesses, and you haven't done that. But you haven't told me that you don't want to do it, but you keep stringing me along. Let's just have the conversation. Do you just want us to buy your products and you don't want to invest in our businesses? Because this is what I'm feeling. And that, to me, like as you say, the new racism is embedded in like keeping us down, not really investing in black targeted, not black owned. But why do you think our culture still strives for that white validation? Because I do say in many ways, you know, you ain't gonna stop somebody wanting an endorsement deal or wanting to walk that red carpet of a mainstream platform.
Man, ain't nothing like a Harvard law degree compared to, HBCU degree in this country. There's nothing compared to living in Calabasas compared to South Central LA. So the validation is there because we validate one another based off of it. A good paying job, rather than black ownership, black entrepreneurship, or black economics. Do you have a good paying white man job? So that's always been the validation for us. That's some security that you can die with. Your good paying job, the benefits that good paying job offers you compared to you starting your own business and passing that down as a family tradition or an inheritance, right? So what else do we have to strive for outside of white validation? Black excellence still seeks white validation.
As you say that, I see Jay-Z standing on the Grammys stage.
Puffy checking the people at the Grammys and missing the BET Awards. Rather than making our BET Awards the Grammys or making our Black Hollywood like the Oscars, we want to fight with them about what's been.
And making their show better for
us. But their show isn't strictly for us. Right? So it's no difference than us once having the Negro League, and the Negro League was doing so good, it brought them to us.
But who do we blame for the apathy right now with black excellence? Is it black folks? Is it white folks? Is it social media?
You don't blame nobody. You look in the mirror and blame you.
If you're not contributing to
If you're not contributing. So it's kind of like, that's what brought me to the community, right? I'm traveling around the country, and I was partnering with a national lobbyist group out of Washington, D.C. that was called the Campaign Fair Sentencing of Youth. So I became a member of a national youth advocacy program that was called ICANN, Incarcerated Children's Advocacy Network. And so I learned about fundraising, I learned about all these different things. And so throughout traveling and speaking in all these different places and working on laws and legislation, you would hear people say, well, you become the change that you want to see in your community. That was the greatest challenge that I had ever heard. You go become the change that you want to see in the community. So in order to do that, I had to change my belief system.
And what was your belief system at the time?
I believed the culture. I believe real niggas went and done time and suffered in agony and they died with pride, only to not know that's not the truth. I believe that 4 friends riding in the car, one friend should take the charge for all the friends if he could.
So I'm gonna pause there. You were 12 years old, riding in
14,
riding in the car with folks, got into a situation where a person ended up being murdered.
Yeah.
You've told the story. You were 14 at the time.
14 years old.
You didn't shoot the person, but the person died.
Yeah.
You did, how many, 10 years, 9 years?
I was sentenced to 12 years under the Texas Juvenile Determined Sentencing Law. And I spent right at 6.5 years in the Texas Youth Commission from the age 14 to 21.
So did that time teach you what you just said?
Yeah, it did.
Because the culture don't do your time.
No. I grew up a privileged kid, right? My mother was a financially stable black woman who landed a job at General Motors in the early 80s. So during the 80s, General Motors and other blue collar workers, that was the backbone of America.
That was considered, we have a good job.
What?
Job,
that was the real middle class of America,
yeah.
And you live good, right? So we had all the name brand clothes, but I was an entitled kid. I got an allowance. We had saving bonds. I had a piggy bank. I had my own room. So the shit that you laughing,
Charleston, now you showing our age. People watching don't know what no damn piggy bank is. Now you just took me back. Now you made me feel old because I had a piggy bank.
I just seen you laugh. So
piggy bank was when we actually saved money. Now you're too busy out buying shit that you can't afford to be somebody that you ain't arrived at yet. That's a piggy bank.
Yeah, so my mother was trying to instill good morals and good values into her kids. She was God-fearing, she was a Christian. We had to say yes, ma'am, no, sir. So that's prior to the gangster culture, right? So,
but your dad was a Navy officer. Was he in your life at this time?
Oh, he was in and out.
Okay.
Yeah. He was in and out.
So you weren't? Were you? So you're with mom. Mom's at General Motors. Dad is in and out, but he's a Navy officer.
But I got an uncle.
Okay.
So this is the elements in most black families. Whether you got a good mom or a dysfunctional mom, right? You always got that element of that uncle who has access to what the kids hear or see. Right? So it's the uncle coming through, whether he's a pimp, a drug dealer, a molester, a woman beater. It's always something of that image that has a negative influence within the family.
And the relationship that makes the pathway to that influence seem okay.
There you go. Mm-hmm. So just give an example. When Uncle Wayne was coming through with the 3-piece suits on, getting out the Rolls Royce, briefcase full of money. You see, as a kid, you see how the family responds to him, right? With your young and impressionable mind, you mimic what you see people admire in your culture and in your environment. But when you wake up one night and he's beating his woman, how do you wrestle with that? Mm-hmm. When you still see the family treat him in a certain element, right? So don't shame the negative attributes that you see. The uncle who walks through the house with the sagging pants with the gun, who still lives with grandmama, whose sister's just dropping the kids off over here, right? Grandmama just babysitting for a while, but the uncle still lives there. It's no different than the one who molests the kids, mm-hmm. who has access to the kids. So you end up mimicking that behavior. So I'm born in the 70s. Man, my uncle was a pimp. The 70s and the 80s was the black exploitation era. It's no different than the drill era, the gangster era, the trap music era. We had a black exploitation era that was projected through Hollywood and entertainment. Superfly, The Mac, Penitentiary 1, Penitentiary 2.
Was Foxy Brown a part of all that?
Come on now. Mm-hmm. So when you think about Penitentiary 1, Penitentiary 2, as kids, we don't have access to these movies because they're not coming on television. Your uncle's got these videotapes, these VCR tapes. So we're watching them. So my name is Charleston. My dad's name is Charles Ray. My name is Charleston Jamon. But my pimp uncle, when I come home from the hospital, he called me Charleston Blue because there was a pimp movie called Come Back Charleston Blue that came out in '76. So they're already putting titles and labels on you as children that you just end up walking into, whether it's, boy, you gonna be just like your daddy.
I heard that.
Come on now. You might not even know your daddy, but the traits and those attributes are there because of the chromosomes.
So where was it that you were raised by the mom who had the great job, the decent job, the father who was in and out Navy, but it's still a positive image? Here comes the uncle. When did the shift happen that led you to prison?
Well, my grandmother's been to prison, so my mom would have to take me to go visit my grandmother in prison. My granddad ended up going to federal prison. My mom would have to take us to go see him. Then my Uncle Wayne is in and out. You know, the street hustling uncle who come take a bath over his sister's house, change clothes, wash up over there, get a nephew some money, let him ride in the car.
He must have read my book or something.
No.
Because we all have it.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because the people who sit and judge us, those of us who actually live through what we all go through, they go through it too.
Yeah.
That's what I find interesting about the culture, because on the outside, when you watch the social media or the interviews, like you have the same uncle.
Everybody have this element in their family. Yeah. Everybody got a molester
Everybody
in their
that looks like us.
Every human being have a molester in their family.
Yeah.
They have an abuser in their family. They have an addiction trait in their family. It's in every human being, right?
Yeah.
It's there. So my mother is fighting.
Everybody at home right now is texting their molesting uncle.
So my mother is fighting to keep us from this. But because she's a single mother And back then, there was really no resources to help single mothers. So my mom, when I'm getting out of school, they doing 12-hour shifts at General Motors. So when I'm getting out at 3, my mother is kissing us, literally saying, I got meatloaf on the table, the such and such in there, make sure y'all do this, leave your homework out on the table. So she's giving us instructions. Don't leave out this house, don't open the door. I'm gonna call this such and such, make time. So she's giving us instructions.
Yeah, we're not gonna listen to that.
Come on now.
Yeah.
And so she's going from 3 in the afternoon to 3 at night.
Yeah.
So when my mama coming home, she's doing her due diligence. We better have the homework out because she gonna work us up. Where y'all homework at? She's going to the extent of going to the bathtub to check and see if the soap wet, to see if we took a bath. Get up, boy, and take a bath. Y'all ain't took no bath because of soap. So she's doing all of that to try to instill good morals and good value. But while she gone, Uncle Wayne coming by cooking up dope. She got a sister who's just getting crack, came through what, 81, 82. So now my aunt is addicted to crack. So now my aunt is losing her place. Her and her kids have. My mom's trying to be the backbone to save the family. So she's exposing us to the negative elements of our families by bringing these family members into our homes, allowing them to stay with us, trying to help them. So we picking up on all the negative attributes. When we go spend a night over Aunt B house on the south side, over in the ghetto, we get to stay outside. So we picking up all these negative traits by going to go visit family members, coming back home in the well-to-do areas, mimicking the behavior.
Right.
Culturally. Because this is our culture at the time. So, man, by the time I played the flute in the 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade.
I played the flute in the 8th.
I lost my eye in the 3rd grade. I got my glass eye put in the 6th grade. So up until that point, I was in and out of hospital. So I had a private tutor. So I never really started going to school until the 6th grade, really. So I had 9 eye surgeries. I fell in the washing machine when I was 5. So between those 2 injuries, I really never got to go to school. I was a institutionalized baby. I had a tutor, a private tutor that came. So I was in and out the hospitals. So by the time I get in 6th grade, I'm a burst of energy. I'm a burst of
But
energy.
also you had been sheltered, so to an extent, so now there's this newfound freedom.
Yeah, there's a newfound freedom. So with this newfound freedom, I remember when Colors came out. I had just got this newfound freedom.
See, we the same age, so everything you're saying, when Colors came out, that was the one movie in the theater in our community where they killed somebody in the theater.
Yep. That's the first time ever. So, man, this was a phenomenon. So I done saw my Uncle Butch. I done saw my Uncle Boosie. I done saw Uncle Wayne. And plus, I done been to Aunt B house to see some of this on television, what I saw in real life. And the thing about children, they can't decipher what's real from television. So when a kid is watching somebody die on TV, they really think that person is dying because of the lack of brain development. It's hard for a kid to turn off TV and say that wasn't real. I don't care what you say.
Right.
So I'm seeing what I'm seeing on television, I'm starting to see in the community. The awareness is now coming because it's being propagated through the television screens. So it's like a veil comes off when I'm out in the community. So now I know what a gangster looks like. So now I'm trying to mimic it based off the culture. So this is just from television. Now here come the music. So now we seeing. Now, and we don't watch Penitentiary 1, Penitentiary 2, and the favorite character is Too Sweet. A little guy like me that went to learn how to fight in prison. So, man, by the time we're in the 6th grade, we're talking about what we're gonna do when we go to prison. Because now we've developed the concept and with our young and impressionable minds that Uncle Wayne done been to prison, Uncle Curtis done been to prison. So all these men in your family, you spend the night over your friend's house, all these other men done been. So you start thinking this the way. Because now it's being propagated to you as a kid.
But is that what led you on your path?
Hell yeah.
So you were influenced by your surroundings.
My surroundings and television. Because when my mother, I'm a kid that grew up watching television raise me. And I'm fascinated by the gangster, the negative stuff, because my uncles and them is exposing me to things. So I'm already impressed by it. So when I see it in real life, man, I'm fascinated by a guy that seems to be like what I see on television, like this. So I'm drawn to it. because your mind is young and impressionable, and these are the guys that you idolize in your homes. So when you spend a night over your friends' houses, you start looking at their uncles and their daddies to see if they got the similar traits. Guess what? They got the similar traits. His dad, your daddy just getting out of jail too? Man, that's my brother.
Well, and in our community, people glorified it.
Come on now.
Yeah.
So a pimp, my uncle being a pimp and beating women, it wasn't shamed upon. So it wasn't nothing for me when I got in the 7th, I think the 8th grade, for me to try to slap my girlfriend like my uncle. And plus the music, like Eazy and them say, you pimp slap the bitch.
But
That's what the music said. You just a kid.
Did you pimp slap the 8-year-old girlfriends?
Yeah. I was trying to do what my uncles and them did.
What was so when you pimp slapped the 8-year-old girlfriends?
Now I was in 8th grade. I pimp slapped Michelle Carr. Cause she told all the girls in school that I didn't know how to tongue kiss, and I didn't. Cause when we was in the 7th grade going to the 8th grade, she tried to tongue kiss me, and that was my first time tongue kissing. And when she stuck her tongue in my mouth, it freaked me out. I didn't know what to do.
So you slapped her?
No. So when we broke up, so she was real popular in school, and so was I. So she went to school and told all the girls that I didn't know how to tongue kiss. And she was telling the truth, and I didn't. So I was embarrassed and ashamed. And so we was walking in the hallway, and she was pulling on my jacket. We wearing troop jackets back then. And she smashed my donuts. And so I used that as an excuse to try to slap her like I saw Uncle Wayne slapping women, right? But when I tried to slap her, my jacket got caught in her ear. And when I pulled back, it ripped her earlobe. And her daddy came running through the hallway. That nigga was looking for me, boy. Yeah, I got suspended for the rest of the school year.
You didn't mace him?
No, I was 13 years old and I ain't know nothing about mace. She had a dope dealing daddy. I was scared. Yeah, everybody was scared. He running through the hallway looking for me.
So 13, okay, so when you slapped her, what did you feel? Do you remember?
Well, you know it's wrong. So because your mother teaches you different, but you trying to be like your uncle. A level of shame, but you don't know how to say, oh man, I'm sorry, I'm ashamed, man. Because you still carry on, because you just mimicking.
It's learned behavior, yeah.
Children mimic what they see and repeat what they hear. So I'm the nephew that's riding with his pimp uncle in the back seat with the hoes. So I might be sitting in the back seat with 2, 3 different prostitutes, but in my mind, these are my aunts. So when he riding and checking paper, so he teaching me this. So yeah, nephew, you ain't got no reason fucking with a bitch if you ain't got nothing for her to do. And I just be, eating a Happy Meal. I just love
learning
Happy
the
Meal.
behavior.
Yeah. So all behavior is learned, either directly or indirectly, either being taught or through observation.
But when you're in the car with the guys, you're 14, they shoot the guy, you're telling them to shoot him, they kill him, he dies, you get locked up.
Yeah.
Did that experience make you go, this, when you get in jail or prison, this movie shit is not real?
Yeah, there's a different reality that sets in when you partake, or if you take somebody's life. It's not like the movies. The movie go off. When you take somebody's life, that scene never goes off. So nah, it took a while because you're still dealing with a human that has an undeveloped brain, right? Yeah, the feelings were overwhelming, right? So the feelings of guilt, the feelings of shame, even embarrassment, it can be so overwhelming for a kid that some kids have committed suicide. Because the brain can't process these overwhelming feelings. It's impossible because of the lack of brain development, right? The lack of the prefrontal cortex, logic and reasoning. So you're trying to understand why I did this. You're trying to understand why I feel so guilty. You're trying to understand why I want to play tough around my friends and still act like weak. So you battling the fact that, yeah, I have empathy, but when you get with your community is clapping for you because y'all done killed somebody. So that's a hard balance.
Right.
And you really have empathy. And part of your redemption, part of your rehabilitation, part of your resocialization all stems from you having empathy. you feeling bad for what you did. But your culture is saying free the killer. The culture is saying, yeah, man, that nigga killer. So, man, that's a hard balance. So to put a kid, for a kid to make that choice and that decision and put himself in that situation, that's why many young people never can recover from making this horrible decision at such a young age. And they can't change at an old age because the culture won't let you have empathy.
Mm-hmm. So K. White, your brother.
Yeah, Kevin White. Yeah.
He murdered somebody when he was 17, got arrested, did 31 years, just got out of prison.
It took him 20-something years to have empathy.
Did he go to prison for killing somebody before you did?
Nah, he went after me.
He went after you. So he saw what you went through
Yeah.
and still did it. Is that product of our community? Is that,
Nah.
what is that?
I'm the little brother. So my brother was already violent. But you gotta understand, man, we what you would call a wannabe kid. They come from the middle class community.
Which is a lot of kids, though.
We walking on marble floors. Our mom got the good cars. Man, we got our own room.
Shit, y'all had bar soap, not
Man, I had my own phone line in the 3rd grade. So that was unheard of in the 80s for a nigga to have his own phone line. Get the school handbook and call you. Hey, you know, can I talk to such and such? And your mom would say, hey, why that boy calling this late?
Right.
So man, we was very privileged kids. But because the lack of father, right? So most mothers can provide their kids with a perfect home life. But if they don't have a positive male connection, there's a negative attribute that attaches itself to a fatherless kid, and no one can explain it. It's like the little motherfucker just angry. So most little boys with their dad, with their loving mom, they seem angry. Or they got anger outbursts. They have anger management because they can't express, man, I want my daddy.
And they may not even say that, but that's what's the underlying.
The behavior, because you need, just like you need that white man's validation, you need your father's validation and affirmation just as bad as you need the white man's validation for your success.
And neither one of you got that.
Come on now. Man, I was smart in school. Man, I've always excelled in school. But because the culture don't clap for the smart kid, oh man, you think you smart. Oh man, you asking all the questions. So once you see that, oh man, you the teacher's pet. Oh man, you kiss. So you stop being smart in school. You start being the class clown. So because when I was 8 years old, my brother probably was 10. We were watching a movie. Out of nowhere, this 10-year-old kid says, ooh, man, when I grow up, I'm gonna kill somebody. Man, I looked at that nigga and ran downstairs, mama, because it scared me. In hindsight, the anger that I saw, man, I went and told my mama, man, mama, he said when he grow up, he gonna kill somebody. As the frustrated parent, tired, working parent, boy, come here. What you mean you gonna kill somebody? Man, rather than exploring that. So, man, grew up and killed somebody. And for a long time, man, my brother didn't have no remorse. Here I was, a kid who went through the juvenile system. And because I went through a different environment, I went through a different program. We had psychiatrists, we had psychologists. I grew up in an environment where all my childhood issues was repaired, right? It is much easier to create strong children than it is to repair broken men. So I went into an environment that focused almost 7 years on repairing a child and then creating a strong one. So that's what y'all see today. I went through a system that was able to create something like this. So my brother and them went to prison as teenagers. My friend there caught a double homicide as a kid at 15 years old. So they grew up in prison. I grew up in a juvenile system, so there's a difference. So I grew up with nurture, compassion, care. Them niggas grew up having to survive. So my brother, I had to cut my brother off because here I am working with children. I'm working with victims groups. And I remember my brother telling me specifically that he didn't have no empathy for the guy he killed because it was street and drug related. And I remember telling him that there's no way God would ever let you out of prison if you don't have no empathy, if nothing for his mother. My mother, she would always tell us, no matter how hard it got when we locked up, she said, at least I can still come see y'all. The other people can't come see their loved ones. So just think, so my mother would never let us complain because we were responsible for taking somebody's life. So she would never let us forget that. But my brother never thought he would ever come home from prison. My mother believed he would. But there's no way he could have came home and he not developed some type of remorse for taking somebody, even if he feels justified. You have to have some kind of remorse for the impact that you left on the family members. So eventually he got to that point, and then shit, after 31 years, the doors open.
So when you got out and created the HYPE program, helping young people excel, was that driven because you knew as a young person you needed somebody to help you excel, and then wanted to give that back to other people as part of your contribution to the culture?
From 1991 to 1998, age 14 to 21, man, that's a big old gap.
That's a big development. Those are big development years too.
Yeah, and so when I was released, I had been locked up in the juvenile system probably longer than any kid at that time, whereas the others had been transferred from the juvenile system directly into the adult prison system. I grew up with children who killed their mothers and their fathers. I grew up with children who raped 9-month-old babies. I grew up with children who killed their grandparents. I grew up with children who murdered some of the most elderly of our population, who committed some of the most heinous and worst crimes known, if not in the state of Texas, in America. We were the first group of children in America, outside of California, Chicago, Philadelphia, and New York, who began to commit murder in the late 80s and early 90s. This was a group of children who Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton went before our congressional members and said that these children are super predators. That term came about during that time. They said that this group of children would be bigger, faster, stronger, heartless, and incorrigible. This was spoken to our Congress members. So they began creating laws in this country, strict, harsh, inhumane laws toward children, mainly one, a juvenile life without parole. So they began sentencing
Was
children.
that when they decided to try juveniles as adults?
Yeah, so at that time, they lowered the certification age from 15 to 14. And then they started giving children at the age of 12 juvenile life without parole with no possibility. But this is before all the data and the research about brain development, right? Because the term super predator and that being attached to children sent a shockwave of fear through America. And we were committing these crimes. So
that's the singular thing I think that, although I did vote for Hillary and wish that Hillary would have won for my own personal reasons, that was the one.
I voted for Hillary too. I named my daughter after Chelsea Clinton because I was a Hillary fan.
Really?
I was a big Hillary fan.
Hold on. The leader of the nigga nation was sitting up one day and decided to name his child after Chelsea Clinton.
Chelsea Clinton. Yeah, I had got into it with family members and everything. The whole black community, I stood in line for hours voting for Hillary Clinton against Barack Obama. And at the time, my baby mama was pregnant with my daughter. So yeah, Chelsea Serenity White.
But people not understand, well, that was the super predator thing, was the thing that stuck on Hillary when she was running against Donald Trump, because people couldn't, black folks were tired of being labeled super predators. Not
stigmatized. That was a stigma that it was a horrendous stigma, because now they're trying to undo what they had done, and they even apologize for it. But
not to mention 3-strike law that also happened under that whole
minimum sentencing guidelines on the federal, all of that. So right now, the Miller versus Graham ruling that overturns the automatic juvenile life without parole. So that's how I kind of got into politics. So my change came from the juvenile system, right? Because I went through a program that focused on re-socializing a child, right? Rehabilitation comes after you re-socialize someone. There's a lot of people who grew up in households who really don't know right from wrong. I know some kids that they think if they can take it from you, it belongs to them because they took it from you. If you can't take it back, then heck, so it's some worlds that exist like that. It's some worlds exist where men and women, they fight each other. The man whooped the woman hit him while he sleep, and they love each other and don't nobody call the police. So it's some worlds that exist like that. But I didn't grow up in that world. I wanted to try to fit into that world. So by me not having a father, and me trying to identify as a boy, a male, and as a man, from just my mother's teachings and what the culture teach me. I went with the culture because my mama, what you say don't work out here playing marbles with these guys. Yeah, when I want the ball back, what you say, I say, well, please, can I have it back? This don't work, mama. So I'll stop listening to mama, because what she's telling me to do as a boy don't work when I leave the porch.
What she's telling you what to do is right.
Yeah.
But the mothers didn't tell those other kids that will have the ball the same thing, and that's not the reality of the world that you're in.
Yeah, so sometimes culture overrides what you're being taught in the home because you got to survive and fit in, and I want to fit in.
But that's the thing. Where do we take responsibility as a culture, though? Because I can tell you, the only time I've actually actively tried to kill somebody was the day after, a couple of days after my brother got murdered. It was at that point I think I had just hit a low. I wrote about it in my book where I talked about us going to find the person, knocking on the door, and having the guns. And in my mind, I remember the feeling of, I didn't care who opened the door, we were just gonna kill everybody in there. That's what I thought. But I gotten to a place of despair. But there were times over my life where I've made decisions like, you know what? I don't want to sell drugs. I'm bad at it. I was doing side agreements with crackheads that don't work. They don't pay me
I
back.
was tricking. Yeah, I was a little nigga tricking.
But when do we take responsibility? Because not all of us go down that path.
I'm finna say the culture, right? Boys in the hood. When they gave us the part when Trey said, let me out the car.
Yeah.
And Doughboy and them let him out. We need more examples. Other than that, we ain't got no examples.
That's a great answer, yeah.
And they didn't shame him. They let him out the car. See, now we ain't gonna let the nigga out the car. Oh, bitch ass nigga, hoe ass, we gonna shame him. He can't ride in the hood, so man, let a nigga out the car. We need more examples. Man, we need more, until I came, man, nobody done stood up and said, man, you gangster niggas wrong. You man, I wouldn't dare disrespect no Crip and Blood nigga, and we done Cripped and Blood. But man, at some point, man, when you know better, you do better.
Charleston is not afraid to go viral. Let me tell you where I can't remember the first time I saw you. I know after I saw the first viral clip, and I can't remember which it was, I've watched everything unfold after then. Do you ever think about your safety, your own personal safety?
Yeah. Well, in the beginning, I had an aggravated assault charge with a deadly weapon. So this was like in 2018, 2019. By 5 guys, 5 blood members from a different city said, we go come to the classy lady. And I'm thinking these niggas just online talking. Because in my mind, ain't no nigga finna just say what they finna do and come. And plus, it's Sunday and the Cowboys playing. These niggas ain't finna stop watching. So, but I'm online playing. I don't watch football. I ain't got nothing to do. So I get in my car, get my guns, and I record myself doing this. Riding all the way to the classy lady, which where my youth organization was. So when I get there, I see one of the guys. I knock over the table, but I'm recording myself doing this. I take cover with the gun, but I never point the gun or nothing. I end up having to make bond to get out of jail on that for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
But you didn't shoot him? But because you pulled the gun out?
Yeah, because I pulled the gun. But the charges end up getting dropped. So after that, I'm saying, man, these niggas ain't gonna go to that extent, because in my mind, I haven't done nothing to nobody. I'm saying to myself, the guys who wanna hurt me or who would hurt me, they've already hurt other people. So why would they be mad at me for what I'm saying when it's somebody mad at them for what they've done to other people? I haven't been gang banging. I haven't been shooting up the neighborhood. So in my mind, the energy that comes back to me, it don't require me to be harmed and hurt. I wrongfully participated in taking a man's life as a kid and paid my dues to society for that. So my debt that I paid to my victim is that I work with other children who possibly could take somebody's life like I was, a misguided kid. So that's my energy that I sow back into the life that I've taken. Outside of that, most of my crimes was committed as a kid, snatching white women purses, breaking into white people's houses, because you got your uncles and them telling you, go cross the railroad tracks and do it. So you thinking you're doing some just taking from white people, coming back over here. But my mama saying wrong is wrong. God has no respect to person. So as you get in trouble, as throughout your life, as you get in trouble, you're a smart kid in school and you go to a white school. So who's mostly impacting you? These wonderful white teachers. who's coming to tutor you, these wonderful white teachers who's teaching you about John Brown and who's really teaching you your history. So you really can't, so you're conflicted by what your uncles and them saying. So you gotta think, homie, during the 80s, you got a bunch of niggas that was sitting around mad at the man. Mm-hmm. Yeah, nigga, they went to selling dope, they were mad at the man.
Right.
And everything's about, even the television shows were about the man, from George Jefferson to
all in the family.
Everything was about the man. So as a kid, you're intertwined into the culture because mama and them gone. So that's what's raising you. But you're trying to balance your mother's good teachings. Right.
So isn't social media nowadays gaslighting that even? It's just putting fire to the flames, right?
It's worse, especially if mama is busy. Mm-hmm. And so this is the dilemma now, is that mama is so busy and the kids are so active and the kids learn and pick up so fast. They from what I'm gonna say as early as 2, they put a phone in this kid's hand. And it's always bewildered me, how does this kid know what to go watch? Because as early as 2 years old, these kids find their favorite videos, right? So that's what drew my interest about content creation, because I've found out that the kid videos pay more than all of us. Mm-hmm. We got some millionaire rich kids we'll never know.
Right.
But they've been opening toys since their parents. So, and here our kids are clicking on it. So I'm saying, man, how do your kid find these videos? So from just say 2 to 4, the phone is raising them, because we give them the phone so we don't be distracted by them. They get to eat and they got the phone. They eat and they got the phone.
Then they get the tablet.
Then they get the tablet.
Then they get the PlayStation.
Then they get the joystick.
Yeah.
So man, so by the time they get the joysticks and put the headphones on, fuck you, nigga, you're gonna die. Fuck you, bitch, I'm gonna shoot you. Man, you ever put them headphones on in here?
I've been online listening to those games, Call of Duty. You would think
worse
they were
than rap music.
You would think they're in Iraq.
But what I'm saying is, where's all this anger coming from amongst our youth?
Right.
It's the absence of some form of parent.
Well, and where's the complacency in parenting and putting the blame on the creators of the content or the consoles that they're using?
And now, because I'm on the console, now here we are, kids who grew up playing with other children, right? And we had empathy and we had compassion. If we fought, now get up. Let them get up. Put a stick on your shoulder. So this group of children, because technology, they have the emotional detachment from other humans. It's easy to be mean. It's easy to be cruel. It's easy to shoot something that you're not detached to. It's easy to be harmful to something. So they don't have the emotional detachment from human interactions. So this is real. This is a real mean, cruel culture of children that they have to try to exist in with no compassion, because they don't have emotional attachment.
So why do you hate TikTok?
I hate TikTok because TikTok let the world monetize off me and won't let me make $1.
What do you mean?
I've never been able to make $1 off TikTok. I got over 2-point-something billion hashtag Charleston whites. I got 22 million misspelled Charleston whites hashtag. And so they let other people take my content and make money. But because I'm so offensive, at times my perceived ideologies seems radical, and most of the time I'm just bullshitting. I've never, outside of a personal interview like this, I've never brought the real Charleston to the internet.
Well, that's why I wanted to interview you, because I know people are saying, you're running for city council, and we're going to get to all. Yeah. This man's views, I have not had more notes on any guest that I've had than this one. I have not had to have more pre-production meetings than this interview, because there's so much. There's stuff I agree and stuff I don't agree with, but what I love the most is that I want to use my platform to always show people who people are, because I saw that one clip of you and I was like, oh, he tricking us.
Yeah.
But I understand it, because I do know sometimes you got to go to where people are to get their attention.
Well,
and let me say one more thing. All your kids out there that you're saying you don't want them to watch Charleston, they're already watching them.
Yeah.
And this is why the people who are trying to help kids the most may not show up the way you expect them to. I have right now on the campaign trail, kids bringing their parents out. You need to vote for Jason Lee. You need to know Jason Lee, because of my content and how I reach them. So I really wanted to interview you because I find you fascinating. And I think that, regardless of how I or other people may disagree with some of your points of view, your courage to totally live in your truth and be unapologetic about it has to be respected.
I went to community college. That was my exit from the culture, right?
You took criminal justice though. Were you
Yeah,
gonna be police?
No, I started out just wanting to be a juvenile probation officer.
Okay.
So that's why I started Hype. I was already working with the Texas Juvenile Justice Department. Once I got my bachelor's degree, I was gonna go do juvenile probation and then parole. So my whole outcome, my whole mission was just to go work with at-risk children, juvenile delinquents. So when I got to college, just off writing papers and doing research, I shifted from criminal justice to pre-law. I said, man, I'm gonna go study law. Because I had won a few lawsuits I'm on, job lawsuits and things like that. So I said, man, I'm finna go study law. But I just wanted to, I'm the kid who just wanted to fit in. Mm-hmm. So if the culture was scientists, I would have been a great scientist. If the culture said, let's be lawyers, I would have been a lawyer. The culture said, let's be killers. So that's, I wanted to be a black man. Mm. And growing up, I've never seen a black banker. As many times as I've been to an eye doctor, I've never seen a black doctor.
Yeah, in our era, we didn't see black doctors.
No, or
black lawyers.
So it was hard for me to be the black radical kid that some of my uncles then were pushing me off to be, because I had loving white nurses, loving white doctors. So it was hard for me to embrace that aspect of the culture. But boy, I'm at home alone as a kid cutting on the television. I'm what the music and the television produce, outside of what it's doing now. So I'm the product of this. It's only for me to grow up and become angry and resentful toward the culture, because I feel like I was tricked.
So you hate TikTok because they robbed you. What about Instagram?
Do
you like Instagram?
Instagram is a facade. Yeah. Instagram is Instagram is the fantasy world. Yeah. Instagram, everybody's beautiful. I don't even look on the Explore page because the women are too beautiful. Where the regular, normal looking women at? I swear by God, those are the demons and the angels, because they're too beautiful.
Right.
This is God's, so I don't even look on that page.
And then Instagram implemented that whole pay for verification thing. If you pay to be
it's
verified.
the fantasy world, right? So you can go be with all, it's the jailhouse where a nigga can come be all he want to be over here and really not be nothing. Right. Because nobody really knows each other on Instagram.
Well, why didn't you pay to verify your account?
Because why would I pay when they wouldn't give it to me I deserved it then? When they would deny me all these years. There's real documentations that I've done news stories with, the Walter Cronkite, News 21. So I'm saying, man, they could have been gave me all that, but because I'm so radical, they wouldn't give it to me.
There's a box right there on the side. I'm gonna give you a gift.
Oh, okay.
Just so you know. This is a good point to interrupt you and give you this gift.
Oh, really?
Oh, we verified your Instagram account.
Oh, man.
We got the page back too, and verified.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, you earned it. I mean, because the reality is you already verified in these Instagram and social media streets. It's just the little blue check, I guess, makes it official.
Yeah,
but
and I ain't got to pay for it.
No.
Oh, okay, already, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, man. Shit.
Okay, so now you can like Instagram again, but
yeah, you're not. I fell in love with Instagram when I first got on there, because it created me to a whole nother world outside my local environment. I was Denzel Washington on Facebook before I ever got on Instagram.
In terms of fame, popularity?
Fame and popularity. I was doing millions of views on Facebook long before I ever even got to Instagram and YouTube. When I left Facebook, my only desire was to have a monetized YouTube page. I didn't know anything about Instagram.
Why did you leave? You're back on Facebook now.
I go back and forth. Just
You're not monetized on Facebook?
No, I'm not.
Oh,
they got. So this is what social media sites have done to me. They let all the fake pages, they put them at the top and they push me at the bottom.
But they're all your fake pages.
No, they're not my fake pages.
No, but meaning they're fake pages about you?
Yeah, they're all me,
but you can take all of those.
I've already tried. They won't, man. So, I don't know who running YouTube, Facebook, so I got a Facebook fan page that has 100,000 followers. There's a fake Facebook fan page that got 200,000, and they're scamming people. So this fake Facebook page, I got a show in Miami on May 31st at Miami Improv. The fake Facebook page done reached out to Miami Improv to try to get some upfront money when we already got a negotiation for door split. So they had to reach out to us and say, hey, well, that's you. I'm like, no, man, that's a fake page.
Okay, let me make a deal right here on my show. If I can get all these fake pages, consolidate them, and get them to you and then yours, and monetize it, can we get paid?
Hell yeah.
Okay,
man, we can
done
split
deal.
that 50-50, man.
Yes, no, we don't gotta do 50-50, but we got that. Okay, so that's on the, we're gonna make a note of that. Yeah, we partner with Facebook and Instagram. We can figure that out.
Man, okay, man.
All right.
Man. What else you need for me? You want some help on the campaign? You want me to stop cussing? You want me to stop being mean? What you want me to do?
Look, you might have to pop out on the campaign because everybody back home knows you. Shout out to Stockton.
Man, shout out to Stockton. Now listen, you got me. When I saw you climb that fence, I think y'all were having dog problems or something.
The pool, the McKinley Park pool, this is the pool in my community. They've been lying to the people. The op who I'm running against told everybody that she had cleaned up the park. So I went and shown them that it wasn't. So I climbed up the fence to get over there. I didn't know that would go viral.
When you did that, I said, that's some people pride themselves on being bosses. I said that's a true leader.
Yeah.
Because a leader is someone who focuses on self-improvement. And while making self-improvement, they make the people around them better. So for you to do that, it reminded me of, shout out to Mayor Bessie Price. But before she retired as our mayor in Fort Worth, she would go on a bike ride in the city with the people. And so our new mayor, Mayor Maddie Parker, she developed a reading program that most people in the black community didn't know about, but they went against her. So while she was working for Mayor Betsy Price, they was looking at the reading statistics. And at that time, I think only 33% of black children in Fort Worth could read on or above their grade level. So she created this reading initiative program in black people, and she didn't say nothing, she just created it. And it became very beneficial. So when you did that, so that's what really started making me tune in to you.
Yeah, you know, I appreciate that. We didn't even do it for performative reasons. There was literally the only way to get in that shot, to get the pool. I had to climb the fence.
I saw that,
and I'm willing to do the work. And I think that for all of us who are trying to make our communities better, whatever our content is or whatever, I mean, we're all gonna reach people our own way. You have a reach on the culture that people just can't deny, whether they like or don't like the content. My family, I use them as the compass on what direction to go, and you're one of the names. They always say, where's Charleston White? They wanted to be here.
Yeah.
So shout out to Stockton. Okay, now, how did you trademark the word nigga? Because I've trademarked words. I never thought of trademarking the word I've heard my whole life. Mama used to call me nigga. She was a white woman. She dead, though.
Yeah.
How did you trademark the word nigga, and why did you do that?
Tupac. I got the word made nigga tattooed on my shoulder from shoulder to shoulder. So I'm the brain that Tupac talked about before he died. He said that he wouldn't change the world, that he would spark the brain that would. So I'm the kid that caught Tupac from the Me Against the World album. So, you know, in the boys' home, we saw the Brenda's Got a Baby. So I never got to grab a hold of the thug Tupac, right? So I got the Me Against the World, the All Eyes on Me. So the lyrics, right? So at the time that I started developing admiration for Tupac, I had became a Muslim. So I was rebelling against my mother's Christian beliefs.
What made, how did you, wait.
I was in the boys' home.
So you became a Muslim because you
First I joined the gang,
okay,
right? And the gang led me to Islam.
Got it.
As most niggas do.
Because you were learning the discipline or?
No, because that's where we was having the gang meetings at, in the chapel with the Islam niggas, right? Yeah, that's where, yeah, and you know, and we get to kind of buck the system with the food. So it was just it was an outlet. Mm-hmm. I was rebelling, right? Because my mother's teachings ultimately superseded everything that I believed as a kid. So I'm just going through a phase, man. I done went from So you gotta think from 5 years old to 12 years old, I'm in a hospital having leg surgery, then eye surgery. So I just got my eye put in 1989 in the 6th grade. I'm locked up for murder 2 years later. So I never was a gangster. I was still sleeping with my mama at 12 years old. Mm-hmm. So I was a little boy trying to play this, trying to be something, and made a horrible decision, cost somebody's life, and ended up in the boys' home with kids who really come from this. Mm-hmm. But I'm a little braveheart. I'm a little braveheart little nigga. So, you know, and I know how to act. Mm-hmm. You know, I done saw Uncle Wayne, so I want to fit in. I don't give a damn, whatever we got to do to fit in, I want to fit in. So that means if we got to hurt somebody, yeah, I'll hurt somebody. Even if it feel bad, it feels better fitting in, right? So I joined the gang. Then I'm rebelling against my mother. I became Islam. Islam teachings.
But they weren't saying nigga at the temple.
No, but Tupac was coming with nigga. Never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. Remember, strictly for my niggas.
Yeah.
So just that, my niggas. So Tupac became my King Von. Mm. You know, he became my, you know, what Jay-Z is today. So he became the youth minister. Mm. He became the Farrakhan. He became the Martin Luther King, as I read about these other people. So he became that figure. So when I got out, I get made nigga tattooed. So once I started getting into social media, I started using acronyms. GAME, G-A-M-E, game applied means elevation, because I know this is what gets the young niggas' attention. Pimp, proper instruction, motivate people, put it in my pocket. So I'm using acronym just to talk to to get the young people's attention. So I met this old man named Weasel. It's Willie Charles Price. He's 77 years old, going on 78, born in 1945. He had a club that was called Texas Nigger.
With the hard R?
With the hard R. In the 70s, in Fort Worth, Texas, on Evans and Rosedale, he had a club that was called Texas Nigger. He and about maybe 10 or 12 more other formerly military men called themselves Texas Niggers, the hard R. And they fight police, they sold drugs, and they fed the community. So to get this history, I ended up meeting this old man, and he showed me the paperwork where he submitted to our federal government to try to start a 501c3 using Nigger. And the government sent him back his money and told him that the word nigger is prohibited. And I said, hey, well, no, Pops, let me show you how to do it. You can put T-N-N. And he said, no, I'm the last nigga. So he identified himself as a nigga. And so he broke that word down to me. He said, the nigga is not African. Because there was a time when America said, the world said, we're not gonna import and export no more slaves throughout these countries and lands or through these seas. Mm-hmm. America said, F y'all, we're gonna continue, because they were becoming a superpower. So America began breeding farms and started breeding their own slaves. They didn't have to import, and that became more viable and more economical than having to import and export, because you were losing money shipping them overseas, some dying, but breeding them here, so that became way more. So there's a book that's called How to Make a Nigger Slave. So
that's a book right now?
You can look it up. So me being the academia kid that I am, I grew up reading Huckleberry Finn, Mark Twain, one of my favorite artists. And in the book, Mark Twain, there's a character by the name of Nigger Jim. So prior to black people ever even having a name, it was nigger. And it was given to us. White people created that name. And that was on death certificates. That was in books, the nigger. Mm-hmm. So that's a real name for us. We're not African. We're seeds of these niggas. Well, when I studied the nigger with the ER, they never caused a war. They never done anything wrong to nobody on earth to deserve this type of treatment. But because of them, look where we are today. Just think if the nigger were like today's black people, they would have never got freedom. They would have never got rights. They had to have element of strength that we can't possess today because we'll get even. Right? So think about the nigga. Then they start transferring from nigga to colored. Colored boy. That colored boy, no matter what his name is, the colored boy. Then it went to the Negro. Then we start having names. But Jim was the first nigga to ever get a name, if you understand American literature, nigga Jim.
So this is interesting because you're gonna link up with Kanye West tomorrow. Kanye, as you know, said that he felt slavery was a choice some time ago. He was literally sitting here before I launched the show and I had a conversation about it. And, you know, he was forgiven by the culture before he decided to go left. Do you think slavery was a choice?
Yeah, it was. The Haitians fought back and won, and they're still penalized for it today. Yeah, they could have fought back. They could have been had a slave revolt on those ships. Yeah, slavery was a choice to go down. Each time they brought you up and washed you off, man, you had a chance to jump off, you had a chance to fight.
What do you say to the people that were critical of Kanye and they're gonna yell at the TV right now saying that it wasn't a choice, they didn't have weapons, they didn't have the tools to get free? And that, I mean, we know that slaves... Well, slaves did die.
Not all of them.
Not all of them.
But even still, right? When you get here off the ships and they start dispersing you elsewhere, it's only master, his wife, his children, and the overseer who live somewhere. But it's 50 of y'all here. It's a choice.
But does the nigga believe it's a choice, or do black people believe it was not a choice?
Black people, because ain't nobody been talking to the niggas. Because if we really been talking to the niggas, there's no way we would do one another the way we do one another. There's not many niggas left who really know that word, who really know this. That word is so powerful. White people want it to cease and desist because it's a hell of a reminder.
So in trademarking the word nigga.
So I trademarked the word nigga because I can never be a nigger.
Right.
And that word is prohibited by
But is it
American.
nigga like the way it's spelled on your
N-I-G-G-A, but it's an acronym.
Wait, but you own the trademark?
Yeah.
Out of everybody in the world that uses the word?
Yeah, I submitted the paperwork to the government. They approved it and all that.
So you can actually tell people, don't say nigga?
I don't want to why. Now, that word should be on in bright lights.
Where?
Like how that Hollywood sign is. It should be nigga up, N-I-G-G-E-R, up under Hollywood. Because these were great people, and that word should be admired.
But when we say slavery is a choice, does that embolden white supremacy and white people thinking that, see, he even said it was a choice. Because being here is a choice. You didn't have to come here, but we didn't have to get on the boat, is what you're saying. We could have died.
Well, we had a choice to fight too, though. We had a choice to fight too. In the movie Roots, they show us one episode, right? Where they all went up, get ready to take a bath, and they decided to fight back, got a hold. We could have done that every day. They showed us the movie The Birth of a New Nation with Nat Turner. But most people don't know there was a lot of revolts other than what they just tell us about Nat Turner. Rosewood, Slocum, Texas. Black Wall Street was even rebuilt. They don't even tell Black Wall Street was rebuilt. Not to the capacity of what it was, but it was rebuilt.
Will Smith's Emancipation.
Come on
Did
now.
you watch that?
I hadn't seen it, but I'm familiar.
Yeah.
So I'm saying we could have, but I can't say the fruits of white America's labor, but the fruits that come with being submissive, following the rules, it seems to be much greater than having our ultimate freedom. Because now, in my mind, you can't make me believe that this group of niggas won't be digital slaves.
So do you think the people who have a problem with people who say slavery is a choice is because they've been conditioned to believe that being submissive during that time, is what you're calling it, was the only way to survive?
Yeah. Well, the word nigga N-I-G-G-E-R, every black person wasn't called nigger. You was a boy, gal. You wasn't a nigger until you disobeyed. So why wouldn't you want to be a nigger? You wasn't a nigger until they got mad. Come here, nigga. What you doing over here? Other than that, you was boy. What you looking at, boy? So there was different classes and different statuses. So in my mind, the nigga supersede everybody. The nigga got whipped, the boy didn't. The nigga got sold, the boy didn't. So for those that says, well, slavery wasn't a choice. Well, it's people looking at the glass half empty or half full.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say, I don't get into the whether it was a choice or not because I wasn't there. I mean, I look at slavery and I've read the history books. We didn't write the history books. That's a whole other conversation we can go on. I get it, right? I think that people's digestion of the sentiment that slavery is not a choice is to somewhat side with the fact that we've welcomed or participated in oppression. That's even, you can even break that down and say we did.
We did. Well, let me just say this. Harriet Tubman says it, that she could have saved a whole lot more. Only if. That statement right there alone said that we had a choice.
And is she Harriet Tubman, is she heralded a hero because she took the courage to not remain a slave?
Not just that. She went back. She kept going back when she didn't have to. How many of us would get free and go back?
Well, we're free now, we don't go back.
That's what I'm saying. How many of us will break out to go break back in to keep breaking out, man? So she kept doing it. That's what make her who she is.
So you owning the word nigga and now nigga nation is on your chain.
Yeah, never
what is
ignorant
nigga
getting
nation?
goals. Never ignorant getting goals accomplished. All the po niggas that everybody does. The po nigga, the nigga to me is like the dog that won't nobody pet. And the dog don't want to be pet because it ain't never been petted before. Everybody been kicking this dog and that. Get away from her. Get throwing rocks. That's the nigga. That's the nigga. Don't nobody take that dog. Oh, he got ticks and that's the nigga. And that's our babies. If he ain't cleaned up, so even though we don't like the word nigga, what's more prolific in our culture, in our community than a real nigga?
But who doesn't like the word nigga besides Oprah?
Our mama's name, our grandmother's name, the well-educated blacks who go to college and speak with good vernacular and the perfect articulation. So it's an offensive word. It seems to be a dumb person's word. But I see it as a group of people who don't have an identity, not as a race of people, but as a nation of people who were born in a country with limited rights and don't have the equal laws and protection under our constitutional law. And I understand that in the beginning, that's what the civil rights movement was initially about. Equal rights and equal protection under the law, not more so segregation and integration. So yeah, we've been integrated, but we still don't have equal rights and equal protections under the law. So I embrace the word nigga because I don't believe blacks will ever get rights. I think blacks are comfortable with the rights that they have established in America at this point. And I think that the niggas can re-identify themselves and get to the United Nations and get human rights as a nation.
What do you think about Oprah Winfrey, who believes black people shouldn't use the word nigga because it's the last thing a slave heard?
Well, it's a name that was given. It's a name that we answer to. I don't think Oprah really can have a voice when she's went to Africa to build schools, when our young black girls need schools over here, etiquette schools. When you look at our culture, we can use a few schools over here, Oprah, like you built over there for those young ladies in Africa. So I don't think she have much to say to us, not to the niggas. She can talk to black people because black people watched her. But the niggas don't pay Oprah no mind. They love Sexy Red.
Why do you think Oprah doesn't get the need to talk to niggas?
In order to speak to something that you want to correct, you first have to have a connection to what you're trying to correct. And she don't have a connection.
But Oprah's a nigga, though.
No, she's a Negro. Dr. King then was Negroes. To find a nigga, you gonna have to go find somebody that was born in the 1920s, the 1930s, and the 40s. Who know what that word really means. We're offended by a word and we really don't know what it means and who those people are and were because they weren't black. You go ask them about blacks, they don't know nothing about black. So the Negro is the children of the nigger. The Negro looked down on the nigger because the nigger couldn't really read or write. The Negro went and got the education. The nigger didn't. The nigger had the trade. The Negro got the trade in the education, but taught his children to look down on the trade, to go get the education.
But isn't the argument, though, to white people and others that nigga and nigger or the Negro, it is all an assimilation of the same thing to them?
No. White people in the world respect the nigger way more than they honor the black people. That's why we getting treated the way we getting treated. And they got what they got. They got rights, remember? We got the rights that they got. What have we got being black? The rights that we voting with today is the nigger rights and the Negro rights. The blacks hadn't got nothing but entertainment. So no, they don't look at us the same. They look down on us.
So when people talk about reparations and wanting the need for reparations, is that just an apathy to not want to go and be a self-made boss or be free in building their own free enterprise?
No. If we're being honest, man, we're owed it. But to give it, you don't give it to this entitled group. But because if you ask me, this entitled group got their reparations in free public education.
You think so?
Yeah.
But free education doesn't teach black history, though.
Education don't start in school. It starts at home.
True.
If you want black history, should be at home. It shouldn't be in the public school system.
But one would argue that the communities that we come from are broken, our homes are broken because dad's not there, jobs are scarce, the community's poor.
How your mother and father created you has nothing to do with the white man. Your mom and daddy meeting in the club, getting drunk, fucking and having you ain't got nothing to do with it.
Well, that's how I was born, Charleston. That's not how everybody was born.
Well, most guys that I know, and I'm just looking at the guys, most guys that I know outside of myself got at least 3 or more babies by 2 or more different women. So I know guys that got 7 by 5. I know guys got 13 by 7.
My friend Fredo has 5 by 5.
So that ain't got nothing to do with the white man, how I protect my seeds, right? So I know women who got, the average black woman that I know got at least 2 or more babies by 2 or more different men. What they got to do with the white man and how we produce one another.
Let me offer a suggestion. Because if you think about the black home has been destroyed back in time by the white man. If you look at slavery, right? Like and you know, I don't want to blame everything on slavery because at some point we all got to take responsibility and make choices for our own. I made choices for my own. I may be first generational wealth or, you know, if I decide to have kids and pass it on. But at some point we have to look at, you know, the fact that historically and generationally we've had white people disrupt the black home. All the way back from Africa when they took us from our families. Now it was some black folks over there selling us in slavery, but we can get into that another day. But don't they play a part if you go that far back? Maybe not 1977 when we were born.
Well, this is why I argue against that. Because most of us haven't talked to our grandmothers, our grandfathers, to really know how they treated us, right? Because contrary to popular belief, and rest in peace, Dick Gregory. Man, Dick Gregory tried to tell us that we be wrong we mad at the wrong white people because all white people didn't own slaves. Most white people didn't have a clue about the horrificness of slavery until people like Mark Twain and authors start writing about it in pop culture, right? So most white people couldn't even afford to own a slave. It was expensive to own a slave. Better yet, to kill one every time you got mad at him, to beat him where he couldn't work no more, right? So I argue against that because we're not talking to our elders to really get the true history of what really went on. We're getting out these books on television and movies. So I'm saying, okay, what happens when I meet a girl, she get pregnant, and she catch me sleeping with her friend? She take me back in, she catch me sleeping with another woman. She had a baby, me and her break up, she go off to get a good job, I play hustler, and we never can get back. What white man plays a part in that? Mm-hmm. What about the guy who keep beating up the girl and she got to leave him with the kid? What white man is playing a part in that? Mm-hmm. So when it's time to enroll the kid in the school, and the daddy know this is the first day of school, and they showing up to enroll, who's playing a part in daddy not being the kind of man he needs to be accountability-wise?
Right.
We can't blame that on
I
slavery.
think it's hard to paint our culture, you can't really paint it with a broad brush because a lot of daddies not showing up, those that are in prison, we know, we just talked about earlier, end up in situations beyond their control. Well, this is what
I'm speaking from. I'm speaking from a guy who got a bunch of guys who got a bunch of babies.
Right.
Now, because they had them so early, they was irresponsible dads with these 2, 3, or 4. But these last 3, they great dads for. So when I go to the prison visitation room and I see who's visiting all the killers and the gangsters in prison, it's their mothers. Mm-hmm. It's not the fathers. Every now and then you see father and mother, or granddad and grandmama, but it's the mothers. It's not the uncles, it's not the brothers, it's not the homeboy. So I'm saying, how can we blame all of this on white people? Mm-hmm. Maybe.
Let me be very clear. I
know you don't.
Yeah.
I know you don't. So I'm saying, but there's an element of our culture that does.
I agree.
How can we blame this on slavery when...
Or waiting for Jesus to come and fix it all.
And then we have to forget, man, there was a time when being a gangster was like being a preacher.
Being a gangster was like being Obama.
Come on now.
Where I grew up.
Come on. So, not just where it spread throughout America.
Yeah.
So we're just now trying to undo that.
Well, I also think like today's Negro, nigga, is
black male, African American,
whatever.
Because we done evolved through a whole bunch of things.
I think today's social media black person is trying to rationalize a world we live in today that we've always lived in. So like now when you see a lot of cancel culture stuff happening for different things, which we'll get into, I know you want to know your opinion things.
This is what I'm seeing with today's black people. This is what I'm seeing with today's black people. They're losing the spirit of truth because we have so much information now, right? We live in an information age and we have access to information that was hidden forever, right? But we don't know how to decipher factual, credited, what's true. So it's all mixed in.
Or it was just somebody's opinion.
There you go. And so because we all have access to this, but we all don't have the knowledge to decipher the facts, truth, or whatever. So now we're more separated because our ideologies, the Hoteps, the Hebrews, so now we got all this new information, and now we don't have the spirit no more.
But how does okay, we're gonna go before I go there, because I wanna go right there. You said, because I'm black and white, so you've called me a mulatto. We've had Lotto here on the show. She doesn't want to be called
mulatto. My son's a mulatto.
Okay. So I'm black and Italian. You said, I'm gonna read your quote. Basically, you said black people and white people are too angry. A mulatto
That's exactly what
was
I
a
said.
gift from God to bring us all together?
That's exactly what I said. I said that
we're gonna bring peace in the world. Peace in the world.
Yeah, I said that God is gonna use the mulatto, the mulattian, to usher peace into the world.
How did that happen?
Because I had biracial children. I wouldn't let my son play with all black kids. But because I see black kids, man, it's you can't be loving. You can't be a loving kid amongst black kids. I would tell my homie, why you gotta teach your son to fight? Homie, let the world teach him when it's time to fight. Why are you teaching him as a baby to fight? But that's the culture. Nigga, I'm teaching my son love. Come here, baby. But you'll say, oh, boy, you raising him to be gay. With love? So, man, I raised my boy with love. I wasn't, man, fuck all that teaching him to fight, punching on him. No, man, I gave him love. So, but I saw this won't protect him when he go outside and play with these nigga baby, these ghetto nigga baby. So, I started watching what he would gravitate to, what environments he would have to fight in, what environments he get peace in. So this is my qualitative observation. And I don't remember too many mulattoans growing up. It wasn't a lot of mixed kids growing up, homie. So that's why yellow niggas was so fascinating in the 80s. It wasn't a bunch of mixed niggas in the, you know what I'm saying? So, so when I got locked up, you never saw too many angry yellow niggas.
I mean, you saw Shamar Moore playing. I mean, but
let me just say this: the guy who put me down with the gang was a mixed dude, but they the real tough, super tough, cause they had to fit in to be real tough, cause the yellow nigga, or they mountable, mild, and can be perceived as being weak, cause they get along. So if the yellow nigga ain't playing a hard, tough role and he can fight, he'll be perceived to be weak. So when I had a mixed breed son, I saw what mixed people gravitate to. When they come over here with the black, they really don't really fit in. They hair too pretty, they skin too, so when they come over here with the other side, you ain't white, you ain't, so there's no medium for them.
But that's the colorism black people would say was created by white supremacy.
Well,
is that blaming it on the white folks?
Well, no, I'm not blaming it. So my mother always told me all things work for the good of those that love God. So whatever God created, whatever reason man created that for, is gonna be used for good.
I agree with that.
So when I look at mixed people, man, they fit in everywhere. They can go in any door.
But is somebody a part of the mixed community? We ain't here to bring peace from God.
It ain't on y'all to do that. I'm just saying, watching y'all. I ain't never seen a group of mixed people violent, angry, and disturbing. It may be an individual, but I've never seen a group of y'all. Nowhere. I ain't never seen a group of yellow niggas causing trouble, fucking up, none of that, nowhere. So that's all I'm saying. So my son is 20. I've been strategically paying attention to mixed people, and that's whether on a job. It's just because y'all can't fit into the hate. So for the most part, in your family, you bridge the family together. So my Mexican side, they didn't like the fact that she had that, but because the baby was what it was, they learned to love the baby. They learned to, so it bridged something. So if nothing else, barriers are broken with mixed breed people.
Well, mixed breed people go through.
We
go through hell
right.
too, because
y'all go more than any.
Because but you don't really belong in any one.
Get right here up. You just like the nigga. Get on, boy. Yeah,
you're trying to be that bridge. Okay. But you don't believe all dark-skinned kids
I'm just saying that America haven't always had mixed babies, right? So we probably the first generation of black people who got to openly date white girls and have babies, and it's no real stigma to it. But your mom and them had a stigma.
Oh yeah, my grandparents didn't like my mom dating black men.
So I'm the first person in my family that got mulattoans. I'm the first black male in my family with mulattoan babies. So after me, my lineage is mixed. Mm-hmm. It ain't no more unless I make another full black baby. But I'm just saying, when I look at nationalities, whether those are Arabs, Russians, North Koreans, there's a lot of hate in the world. There's a lot of ethnocentric ideology, belief system that I'm better because I believe this. But the mixed child, they don't embrace hate. It's hard. Where can they hate it? And they're in the middle.
I mean, Drake hates Kendrick.
I don't think there's no hate. I think something happened behind the scenes we don't know about it. And these some niggas just having some they say it's over a girl. But we
if
don't
all
know.
this went down over, so wait, really, who do you think won between Drake and Kendrick?
From the response of the crowd and the cheers, Kendrick.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kendrick.
Okay, so back to the mulatto thing. Why don't you believe Latinos can use the word nigga? Because some people in New York and in communities that are mixed, we just say it in the hood. We all live in the same hood, so why not?
All my Latin King partners use it. Because they can't use it at the dinner table, at Christmas time, at Feliz Navidad time with they people. Yeah, now if they can go nigga at Christmas time with their grandmamas and mothers and them, they gotta wait a little while because the nigga still, the NIGGR is still here and sprinkled out around. Once they gone, then y'all come join us with the nigga shit because in Texas, our Mexicans are niggas. They got gold teeth, bald face, they rap nigga, they niggas. But when I come out here to California, man, my SA partner and them, they not niggas, they vato, ese.
Right.
Yeah, so I think.
But as the person who runs Nigga Nation and who trademarked nigga, can we just settle it now as the person that owns the word, literally?
Yeah, everybody can say it. Everybody nigga. Yeah, niggas out. See, I want to make the word inclusive.
Can white people say it?
Yeah.
So
let me just say this.
No, because only you can speak to the guardrails of the use of a word that you own. Because when Kendrick had that performance and that white girl was rapping in the audience and she said nigga, he stopped the show to tell her you can't use the word.
Yeah, she can use nigga. Yeah. Man, you got to remember now. The spirit of the nigga was a motherfucker. The hymns and the songs that they sang. You got John Brown. If you know who John Brown was, the abolitionist who went and died, had his son. So, man, the spirit of the nigga, white folk got it too. That was when you see Dr. King holding hands on them front lines, man, there's some white people he holding hands with. Bloody Sunday, man, when they come through hitting them, man, it was some white people out there. So we can't exclude the ones that can tap into the spirit. So, man, when you look at everything that took place after George Floyd, man, it was some down by law white people for the Black Lives Matter movement, going to jails, fighting and swinging. So, man, we can't, man, nigga, N-I-G-G-A is inclusive. N-I-G-G-E-R was exclusive because that was a particular group. We're not a particular group anymore because we got mixed babies now. There wasn't a lot of mixed babies then, man.
You said something controversial, and I'm going to say it slow so you can, not that you're going to prepare your thought because you're going to say whatever you want. You said that Hamas is the street niggas of Palestine who are sick of it. That's a lot. Right now, everybody is waiting to hear what you're going to say. Now, there's a lot of people watching who want to see the violence in Israel or in Israel and Palestine or Gaza stop. We all want, you want to see it end.
Yeah.
But a lot of people...
Because it's an unfair fight, for one.
A lot of people who feel that way in the industry, as you know, are refusing to speak out about it.
And I
want to know, why do you think that they won't speak out?
Because the repercussions and the backlash that you will get for being perceived to be anti-Jew. But if you understand the conflict and the history between the two, then man, Hamas ain't wrong. It's no different when black people got to their breaking point and them niggas in Chicago started stealing animals out the zoo. Fuck they fucking with the zoo for. Then they started burning down Walgreens. It's no different than what we've seen here in America. They believe their land have been taken. And not only have their land been taken, they've been pushed to an open world prison in their own land after it's been taken. And not only that, they have the bullies who supports them and give them all the firepower, all the technology from eavesdropping to camera spying. Man, these people ain't got no freedom with the Jews over them. The Jews is the overseer, like the slave owner. So how much longer can they take it? How much longer do they have to take it? But they say, man, we have to do, come on, man. So 2 wrongs don't make a right, but when you push to the edge, do you let them push you off or do you push back? So in my mind, I see them pushing back, right? Let's get us some leverage. And from what most is reported, not that I justify them having hostages, but they're not mistreating the hostages.
Some hostages have died.
Some have, but not intentionally. And some hostages have reported from the woman's aspect. I heard one woman say they were very respectful and nice. So it's no different, man, when the niggas took to the street after George Floyd and said we couldn't take no more. They gave us something.
But for George Floyd, when he died, niggas didn't drop down in cities in parachutes and shoot a whole bunch of people at a festival. So when you see that, do you say it's justified?
They did, but they didn't drop down out of parachutes. I remember a retired police officer being killed outside of a pawn shop trying to go protect the pawn shop. I remember a lot of people dying during those rides. A lot of people. Yeah,
so with the people who parachuted in and shot all the people up at the festival, do you say that's when you push people to a corner and they respond?
Man, you can't justify, shooting innocent people. There's not soldiers, and that's not a part of the military, right? So you can't justify that. But if 10 years ago you guys done something, just like the gangbangers, this goes on and on and on, just like now. Y'all do something, we do something. This been going on since the 40s, homie.
And I think before social media, people, because I'll say as much as I think I'm educated, I know what's going on, I wasn't aware of the whole conflict for all the decades and decades. But now with social media, we see it every day. When you see it playing out now and you see the response and you see all the babies dying, who's to blame for it still happening right now?
Israel. Because it is my sincere belief that I believe wholeheartedly that only the strong can show compassion for the weak. Israel is a lot stronger. Israel have killed a lot of Palestinians in response to what has happened to them. How many more have to die? Mm-hmm. How many more innocent people have to be put in jeopardy for you just to go get a handful of people? When the world is begging and asking, even Hamas is saying, okay, we'll agree to this, but Israel is saying, nah, we don't like that. So why not have compassion for those weak people who is at the brink of destruction? Because if they have to move and go somewhere else, it's gonna be a famine that we hadn't seen since the 40s. Mm-hmm. So they're going back to the 40s. So and the world is urging both parties, come on, man, y'all just hold up. Let's ceasefire. Let's see. And Israel is saying no, that we need to do this and mash them. Come on, man.
And everybody's mad at Joe Biden. Should he be doing something more than he's doing now?
Joe Biden should stop sending military aid to Israel, mm-hmm. since they won't agree with the ceasefire. Mm-hmm. So everybody should be mad because here we are with so much, from the opioid crisis to fentanyl to gun violence to teenage pregnancy to even hunger in this country, to send so much aid and resources to 2 different countries in so many packages. Man, that's a slap in the face to America.
Well, I mean, and not to take away from the aid that's needed over there. I mean, there's the conflict is a lot to watch.
Man,
on
the
social
Jews
media.
is some of the most richest people in the world. How much aid do they need? They military and the things that they have is 20 times way more
Advanced.
advanced.
But what I was going to say was, it's not that they don't deserve it, because I think our place in being a humanitarian to the world is important. But Congo, like there's a whole slaughter, there's a whole world of people in Congo being killed that look like us that aren't being talked about on the news, and we're not sending aid that I know of.
Chicago.
Yeah.
Chicago just had a horrible weekend. Philadelphia is having warlike murders, men amongst the kids.
So your thought is take care of home first. With
Yeah,
with
man,
all our
Memphis
resources.
Memphis just had a big shootout 2 weeks ago where people, man, we got that shit here up.
Do you
Amongst the niggas, but it's the niggas though. It ain't the blacks it's the ignorant niggas, the gangster niggas, kids, the poor nigga babies, the woman, yeah. So it's easy to send aid over there and ignore aid that you can give here locally.
So do you think that's the frustration that younger people or people now in America have with Joe Biden, because they see him sending the aid there but don't see the change happening in their community here?
And what they've sent to Ukraine, they could wipe out all of our student loans with no problem. With all the aid they just sent to Ukraine alone. Mm-hmm. But you got people here still suffering. Man, you got people here who get denied food stamps because they $10 over what the requirement says. So there's no aid here for America. Mm-hmm. So how can all this aid be given and we have just as many people dying here, if not from gun violence, from fentanyl overdoses? Just as many.
Mm-hmm. So, but you commented on black murder, which I don't believe black on black crime is a thing. Do you believe it's a thing?
Yeah.
Why do you believe black on black? Because some would say crime is all based on proximity.
Show me where the Jews killing each other. Show me where the Asians going to jail for murder. And they got Asian gangs. Mm-hmm. Show me where there's a big population of Asians in California. There are Asian Crips, Asian Bloods, Asian gang. Show me where a big population of Asians in jail. Mm-hmm. You can't. Show me a big population of white people killing white people. You can't. But this is a country of guns.
Well, only when they go in school and shoot up kids and say it's not terrorism.
But they classify that as a mass shooting. Mm-hmm. They classify ours as gun violence, but it's mass shooting because mass people are being shot in one instance, but they don't classify ours as mass shooting.
Well, where do you think that comes from, though? Because, again, I'm not one to say everything goes back to white people, but lack of investing in our communities.
It comes back to us because they see we don't care. If we cared the same about black people shooting black people that we did police shootings, then they would respond to black shootings the way they do police shootings. They try to give us resources and they try to find alternative solutions after a police shooting occurred. They literally put everything on hold. Come on, we got to hear from our blacks. But that's only during a police shooting. Then we act like nothing else bothers us but police shootings. Only thing that bothers black people in America is a white police officer killing a black person. Other than that, nothing bothers us because we don't cry, we don't complain, we don't march, we don't riot, and we don't tear up shit until that happens. So why would anybody care about that? They don't.
Why do you think we're not consistent in the fight for a better life or for a better community?
It starts at home. I think our problem starts watching mom and her sisters, mom and her brothers, grandmama treating this one kind of way compared to this one. Materialism. I think materialism is what got us to this point. Mm-hmm. Having a color TV, having furniture, having clothes, having shoes. I think materialism superseded everything.
And you don't believe karma is a real thing?
Mm-mm. No, I don't.
Isn't karma the manifestation of energy you put out and then comes back to you? You don't believe that?
I've done some things I should have paid for, and I'm still waiting. So this is what gets me about karma. I've never heard somebody say, man, karma got me. I've never heard nobody say, yeah, I got my karma.
But karma hits you in a different way, don't it? I mean, couldn't karma hit
I've never heard nobody say karma have gotten them.
Right.
Including myself. I always heard people say what karma is gonna do when you do bad. I've never heard nobody in my 47 years, I'll be 47 tomorrow. I've never heard nobody say, hey, you're gonna get good karma for what you do good. It's always if you do something bad. So people only remind you about karma when you do bad. They never say, man, you're gonna win the lottery for that's gonna be your karma. So I never heard nobody say that. So it's my belief karma got to be bullshit. Because if karma is real, who gonna pay karma for slavery?
Interesting.
Who's gonna get karma for Tamir Rice? George Zimmerman was shot at. Not one bullet hit him. When do karma get him? And he has a lawsuit against Trayvon Martin's parents. He sold the Skittles. He sold a gun. Men win. Where's karma? What about America? What America's done to other countries in the form of war? What America done to Japan? When is karma? When?
Right. But that doesn't that require all of us as a nation or all of us as a people to want to see the good karma or to see the reparations, for the lack of better words? Because I want to see a better world, which is why I'm running for office, why I'm choosing to use my platform to do it. But don't we all have to collectively do that?
Sure we do, Jason. I watched you go climb a fence.
Facts.
How many people?
And keep my Air Force
Come
Ones
on,
white
I was
too.
just about to say, how many people come from your position? You got to climb down from your high horse to do that.
Yeah.
How many people go climb down from their high horse to do that?
Right.
How many people is gonna get out of prison and then go back to prison to try to help somebody get out of prison? How many people is gonna make it out the ghetto, come back to the ghetto to try to teach other people how to make it out and might get robbed? So you have to take that risk, right? You have to you became that change. Collectively, I don't think we're gonna do that.
Right. Well, I mean, for me, I had already achieved all the things I thought I want. I mean, I did want them and I still want them and I want more of it, but none of it made me happy. You know, I think what makes me happy is being able to go back and live in my community again and see my community change. But I don't know how to break through how to pierce through this this need for validation by whiteness or brands to do it.
My mother made it out the ghetto, so I didn't have no business in my mind going back trying to help in the ghetto. Yeah, I was born in Stop Six. Yeah, I kind of grew up there, but I wasn't raised in the ghetto. I wasn't raised in the hood. So why I need to be in the hood? Well, based on what I've been through in life, I chose to work with at-risk children. So by me wanting to work with at-risk children, it's not like they don't have at-risk children in middle-class neighborhoods where I grew up at. That's where I believe the purpose was. The least of those, the people who got the least of the help, the people who get the least of the resources, the people who get the least of, so that's where I went to the least of those, the bottom. So, and I connected. But many people don't go to the bottom. They might go to the grassroots. They might go to the surface, but they don't go to the core. You're unique. You went to the core. How many people are willing to do that though?
Do you think sometimes our people are afraid of redemption? Because I know you're in LA, you've been vocal about what you think about Kobe. I don't think you see Kobe as a hero.
No.
And because he was charged with rape, he wasn't convicted, but he was charged. Is that why you don't see him as a hero? And didn't Kobe deserve redemption?
Yeah, he did. Everybody deserves redemption. He was accused, and that was it. He paid, settled, and that was it. And it was never spoken of again. And I think that's unfair. I think that's unfair. He never got the answer for it. Not to the people who say he's a hero. And so when you look at how he and the others died, every helicopter was given an order to remain on the ground, except his. Privilege. But me as a father and me as a man, ain't no helicopter flying. Man, we ain't finna go nowhere. Hell no, we ain't finna go up there. No visibility?
But you don't blame Kobe for his death.
You think that pilot drove without him saying yeah?
I think the pilot said we shouldn't fly.
The pilot said we shouldn't fly. Who said we should? Who in there could override the pilot?
Well, nobody should have overrode
No,
the pilot.
I'm just saying, if the pilot is on record saying we shouldn't fly, then somebody else said let's fly. Then whoever said let's fly is the cause of that death, if we're gonna be honest.
Right. And so even with the world grief and the loss of Kobe, you don't feel like he deserves that?
What, to be grieved?
Yeah. Or to be revered as a hero.
Yeah. The drunk driver who died in the car wreck deserved to be grieved for driving drunk and killing somebody and him dying. Yeah, he deserved to be grieved. But the truth is the truth. There's a cause and an effect. What's the cause? And then what was the effect? But because we're in our emotions, and for whatever reason, people believe that you can't speak on death. You can't speak on people when they die. Man, I come from a culture that if this was a hoe in the casket, we don't act like she was a saint while we preach her funeral. This was a hoe. If this nigga was a gangbanging killer, we don't preach like he going to hell. This nigga might go to hell. And you got to be honest. And I think what happens when people die, people don't want to be honest anymore. You can't talk about the dead. Says who?
But ain't it wrong to talk about the dead?
Ain't it wrong to talk about the living?
But at least they're allowed to respond to it.
Well, the dead can't hear, so what does it matter? Who is hurting if the dead can't hear?
The people who loved him.
They talked about him when he was alive.
But they don't talk about him now that he's dead.
Who say you can't talk about the dead? See, there's clear instructions. Whatever religious belief you believe.
Are we supposed to honor the dead?
I don't think so. I think that's Halloween type shit. I think you're supposed to honor your mother and thy father. So how can you honor the dead but not honor thy mother and thy father?
But two truths can exist at the same time.
But people more disrespectful to their parents, but more consistently to honor the dead.
Didn't you disrespect King Von when he died?
I did. Because I found out he was a serial killer.
Was he?
Anytime you kill 2 or 3 people, you consider a serial killer. So the culture had him deemed as a serial killer. From the lyrics to everybody said that he's a serial killer. He killed 3-4 people. So I'm saying, nigga, fuck him, man, kill 3-4 people. Black people too. So I didn't know. When I learned about King Von, I didn't know nothing about the King Vons, the Dirk. So I was just starting to learn about them.
Okay.
So, and how I found out about them is from working with kids. So part of my connection with children is I have a 16-week curriculum that's called a street life cycle, right? And so I have a facilitator's manual where I teach how to connect with a kid. You find out who a kid's favorite rapper is, you damn near got you a friend. Say, man, who your favorite rapper? So you go find out, research the rapper, listen to some lyrics, and come back and be like, God damn, you listen to him, man. Now they talk about a killing nigga. Shit, why you like him? So now you got something to bond with. So that's how I would find out about certain rappers. Like, God damn, man, you like this nigga. All he talk about is killing. So.
And these rappers have a stronghold on the kids.
What? This what I know. The rappers are mimicking real street guys, right? Because ultimately, the streets have been mimicked by the hip-hop culture, right? So you got the rap niggas mimicking the killers, mimicking the drug dealers, whether they it or not. But you got the kids mimicking the rappers. They really don't know the consequences to what the rappers are mimicking, right? They don't know you shoot somebody, you might not ever come home. They think they might not get caught. So I attack not the individual, but the rapper, because to me, the rapper is a persona. He's not a person. Now, if I say, fuck Sean Carter, I'm attacking a person, but Jay-Z is a persona.
So when you're saying fuck King Von in his
I'm saying fuck that killer persona that's being propagated and projected to us as a culture. Because to this day, I still don't know his real name.
I don't either. But when you're saying fuck that nigga, you're saying that is the nigga the persona or him?
The persona.
Okay. But people can't deconstruct.
That's why I'm doing that, to deconstruct. Mm-hmm. Because there was a time we deconstruct. You know why? We had Fab Five Freddy on Yo MTV Raps.
Okay, now you're dating this again. Nobody.
Man, come on, Fab Five Freddy go put that. So you got to see the personality of these people.
Yeah.
You got Big Tigger, Rap City in the basement.
I invite a lot of the rappers here. Only NLE Choppa and DDG have put up. I think the rappers are scared to sit down and have a real conversation.
Because they don't want to come from behind the persona.
Well, they don't want to own shit.
No, let me just say this, homie. I ain't scared of nothing. But I was somewhat kind of like, man, I was a little bit intimidated to come sit with Jason Lee. Because I know because of your intellect that I'm gonna have to come from behind the persona and let the man bear, right? So I can't play the character with somebody who's done research, who got notes. I can play the character with somebody who don't know all that. So you're doing your due diligence. So it's hard to come up here and still play image persona and sell my music to these people who think I'm this 24/7 because we haven't deconstructed that he's a man at some time and this is just what he do for a living.
Right.
So,
well, I get that because even with me, they can't separate the entertainment, the viral moments from the fact that I'm still smart, I still believe in my community, I still love people, I love myself. So I get it. That's why I said I wanted to have you on because I see you. I mean, I see the entertainment and it's entertaining, but I also see you. And I'm trying to understand, like,
so nobody deconstructed
how you manage
for me.
Both.
Well, because nobody did it for me. Man, do you know how heartbroken I was when I found out Ice Cube wasn't no gangster? I grew up believing from 13, 14, 15.
That everything he said in NWA was real?
Man, you know how fucked up I was? Not only that, do you know how fucked up I was when I realized Tupac wasn't a real thug, that he was an intellectual genius actor and he just wanted to fit in and he got himself killed?
Right.
He wasn't none of that, man. So, man, I was fucked up. Man, I thought Pimp C was a real pimp. But young, impressionable mind. So now you growing up and you in your 30s, you saying, man, here I've been trying to be all of this. Now I'm needing to know how to be a father. And it ain't now rapper than rap, now father lyric to a nigga, homie. So now I need a new identity because I see this is bullshit. I embrace fatherhood. But even as embracing fatherhood, you still feel inadequate as a black man.
Well, let me challenge that and see what you think, because you're smart as hell, and you know, you're answering all the questions. Everybody watching is like, yeah, I agree and I understand. Even in maybe sitting in films of disagreements, Nipsey, you were kind of fucked up about Nipsey when he died. You said you said what you said.
No,
but let me ask you, Nipsey. And I don't know King Von's movement. I mean, of course, I lost a brother, so anytime I see somebody that comes from where my brother comes from, and I understand everything you say in terms of like where you come from, it's
See, I went to Nip's funeral, homie. I
was there too.
I had just moved back from LA, and I went with the Rolling 60s rival, the 8-Tray Gangster Trips, OG Skull, and I watched how they bullied themselves into the arena. They didn't have no, man, we ain't have no ticket. Man, we sat with the celebrities. And I'm saying, man, how we get nigga Jay-Z right there? Man, I go Usher, man, look at DJ Quick Duck. So I'm fascinated. So, but I watched them bully to get there. Man, I watched Cappuccino, man, get up out the car, say, and the valet people saying, y'all can't, but he got on an all raw blue suit, he hit the hood. Man, park the car right there. That was my first time seeing a Rolls Royce truck. But I watched them bully. But I went to the funeral because I wanted to know who Nipsey Hussle was. I knew of him, but I didn't know him. Mm-hmm. I had never heard one of his songs that I could recite. And I was trying to figure out how is it that a Rolling 60 Crip in LA can have such an impact way down here in Texas on the, man, that motherfucker. So
because they loved him there too.
Man, all over. Hell yeah, they had, man, yeah. So I'm saying to myself, well, we got Nipsey Hussles here in the city that does this, that does, why don't they celebrate? So when I got invited to the funeral, I came. And so I came, it was like a journey.
The actual experience or
yeah,
the experience?
The actual experience was like a journey.
What was the journey for you?
Flying from Texas the day of the funeral, the night before getting here, Meeting up with OG Skull. We met up at King Baba Louie's house. And these are the founders of, you know, the Crips and Pyru sets. And so just to get to the Staples Center and see what I saw, and then to be amongst celebrities. So this long before I become popular online. So just to be amongst celebrities and see how these gangsters is moving. To see the Muslim brothers holding security at the doors, taking the tickets. So that was interesting to see. So to go in the Staples Center, knowing that this is a funeral, man, the weed smoke was everywhere. You talking from a guy coming from the South. This is man, what? They smoking weed, they motherfucker? But I'm smoking weed too. And they playing his album.
It was a beautiful ceremony.
It was. But you coming from the South. This would never be accepted in the South, right? But it's a beautiful ceremony. So as I'm sitting there, and man, I've said this many times, the deconstruction of Nipsey Hussle and Irmis did not hit me until Lauren London's son got up and talked. I think he was 7 at the time. He said, last night, Irmis came to me in a dream. When he said that, man, it's like a revelation hit me. He said, Irmis. What? I was smoking a blunt. He said, what's up, killer? And he was in heaven. I put the blunt out and started listening to that kid. Captivated by every word in his tone. He didn't stutter, he didn't murmur. He gave a detailed account about him and Irmis. So when I began to listen throughout the rest of that funeral, after Black Sam spoke, I never heard Nip. And then it hit me. I said, we're here for Nip. That's why ain't none of us crying. They buried Irmis, that's why they not smiling. I was able to deconstruct then. Nip was killed by the set. How can you honor that? How can his family rest Nip? Man, they laying down Irmis. Because once you start meeting people from the country that he's from, his name Irmis means something, have a meaning. So, man, fuck that, man. I'm embracing what means something. Because that's who I walked away with.
Well, were you able to?
The spirit of that man.
There was a lot. I mean,
yeah. And I'm saying that because most people got his lyrics, but to be there and to see
people were looking at the celebrity who died, not necessarily being able to feel that feeling we all felt being there and seeing the family more than the person, the human being.
So I see Nipsey, I see a gangbanger, rolling 60 rapper, Crip. I'm gonna turn all these bitches into lesbians. But when I look at Irmis, I see the inner workings of a great man who was fighting to evolve and grow past what Nip got killed at.
But were you not able to see that with King Von because you didn't have the proximity to it, or because they didn't show that?
Because nobody came out and told no other side about King Von other than him being a killer till this day.
Got it.
I got to hear another side. I haven't heard nobody come out and give a contrast other than he killed people and he done it with pride and he done it so well he could prolifically sing about it and tell stories that captivate children about how he did it.
Got it.
Yeah, and plus I met Tuka's mother. So to meet Miss Dominique and hear Tuka, and hear that Tuka wasn't a gangbanger, he wasn't a killer. He was a kid that knew how to wrestle, who just got caught up into the casualties of the Chirac War. Yeah.
So when you're saying stuff like that and then the Lil Durks are responding, or, you know, Soulja Boy allegedly paying people to come and get you, you don't think, it doesn't stop you, because I haven't seen you miss the beat.
And I ain't been got yet. So I think that's just for the
internet?
That's just for the rap persona. Nobody have ever challenged rappers the way I openly in public challenge rappers. Nobody.
Consistently, no.
Nah, nobody have openly challenged and disrespected gang members in the streets the way I've used my platform to do it.
And you do it intentionally?
Intentionally.
And that, is that Charleston White, or is that the character?
That's Charleston White. That's Charleston White therapy. So I don't hate you niggas. Because it's no different than the police officer who becomes a police officer, has no hate, has no racism, but at some point, because he works in this community and he sees these type of crimes, he developed this kind of sentiment toward this group of people. It's no different than the jailer or the correctional
Is it because
officer.
you're watching these niggas profit off of storytelling and emulating a lifestyle that they don't live in real life?
I'm
but it's
watching the
affecting our
poor nigga
communities?
babies emulate what these niggas is saying while they rich and not kill nobody, while the kids live it out. I was one of them. Not only that, the mothers bury the babies acting this out. So when we bury these babies, I buried a kid by the name of Nakiah Stevenson, 15 years old. He snuck his stepdaddy's gun to an 8th grade party. The 8th graders beefing with the 19-year-olds. So this 15-year-old trying to play tough, shoot the gun up in the air and get killed in front of his 12-year-old son, his brother, his 12-year-old brother. So they part of my hype program. So when it's time to bury this little nigga, homie, where you blood niggas at? Nigga, when we having a barbecue to try to fun, nigga, where you blood niggas at? But y'all got y'all finger, y'all want a plate though. So when the old woman house, the 93-year-old woman house got shot up on Hattie Street, when the gang banging Hoover niggas was looking for a nigga named Big Pun, they know Big Pun mama stay there. A nigga catch Big Pun in the streets, but they shot up the 93-year-old woman house next door. Nigga, we reached out the gang, so that's where man, I hate you bitch ass nigga, cause when the white man do something, y'all don't buck him. When y'all go to jail, you niggas don't kill each other in jail. Y'all start being friends so y'all can stick together to go against the Mexicans. So why out here? But y'all playing gangster. So because I'm changing and I'm really resenting the culture because I feel like, man, they tricked me with this bullshit ass culture. And they go trick another generation playing the gangster shit. When somebody go come out and say, man, this shit bullshit. This gangster shit bullshit, homie. We gonna keep selling this shit. So I became the change that I wanted to see. It should be somebody in the community telling the gangbanging niggas, fuck y'all, nigga, and we'll shoot it out behind. Y'all ain't gonna sell dope during these hours. Say, listen, woman, y'all go sell pussy when the kids get on the bus. When at 3 o'clock, it's supposed to be somebody regulating like that in the neighborhood. It's supposed to be a nigga saying, man, nigga, we go burn down these drug houses. Y'all keep selling dope down that woman house and ain't nobody cutting that old woman grass. This old woman lived next door to a dope house and her car broke down. Nigga, y'all get her car fixed. It's supposed to, so I wanted to become that kind of superhero, as risky and as dangerous as it was, but where I got the courage to do it, I was broke and angry. And I was becoming resentful because I didn't know how to generate the money to keep doing the work, but I had the desire to keep doing the work. So I remember God telling me 5 years into it, he said, Charleston, if you don't put no business with your passion, you're gonna get burnt out. So I was getting burnt out. But because of the conditions of the community, the conditions of the people, now I'm changing. Now niggas looking at me, oh, nigga, you done forgot where you came from. Now I got a distaste for it. Now I got a disdain for it. Because I was really playing, homie. I didn't come from that shit. I just wanted to fit in. And I wanted to fit into something that was negative. Now I want to be positive. Now I want to be a light in the community. So I attacked that bullshit. And it just so happened to turn me into a viral sensation. And what people found out is that I just wasn't saying shit. I can give you a reason on why I'm saying this. You may not agree with it.
No, I think for a lot of people this will make sense, at least to me. But when you say that, and now when you look back on the King Vons, now that you've said it, you've explained why people got it.
Well, now you don't really hear me say fuck King Von.
No, I know. But like now, do you go? Does it change what you felt? It doesn't change what you felt at the time, or
yeah,
how
it
you
does.
said it.
Yeah, it does. Now when I look back, there's more compassion.
Okay.
Because I done met the FBG Ducks Vom. I done met the King Von DJ U. So
So you were able to humanize the individual.
there you go. See now he's more humanized to me, because there's a saying that we should try to seek to understand rather than being understood. I had no understanding then. Now I got just a little bit more understanding. So I understand.
Have you met up with T.I.'s son yet, King? Are you guys friends?
No, I like the money. Yeah, I don't like King.
I like King.
Yeah,
King was my favorite.
Unruly motherfucker. Yeah, he a little unruly motherfucker. And he'll kick T.I. ass, I think.
He almost did.
I think so.
We
yeah.
saw that.
Yeah.
Wait, so when he was gonna beat up his daddy, were you clapping somewhere, rooting him up?
Hell nah. No. I ain't never rooting for no kid to go against their parent.
Right.
Never. I just think as parents that we forget things that our children don't. So that's why you could hear him saying, I know you, I know. So that's why they trying to hurry up and shut him up. Because
Well, what he was about to say was, you don't want me to tell the real you because of what I went through. And kids will tell the truth.
well, he said, I went over my grandmama. Y'all was over her. So when you hear that, I had a little bit more compassion for him.
Yeah.
Man, I watched my
My
mother.
show is making Charleston white soft. I don't care what nobody say.
I can't hide behind the
I ain't gonna
character.
lie. We had a meeting about you. Because I said, we know Charleston White, the viral sensation, but I know who I see through. Because you let a crack in your veil pop up here and there when you speak. And you're smart, clearly you're educated both in the streets and in school. Like you've lived a life. We both from the 77, you done brought up piggy banks and fucking other shit that amazed me. But like I was like, okay, I don't want to sit here and have an interview. This is gonna go viral anyway. To just go viral, I want to hit to the heart of like who you are.
Most people don't care about the man, the individual Charleston. They like the internet persona because they want to go viral.
But that feeds that thing that we're talking about.
Yeah, well, that's why I started cussing. Not that I wanted to go viral. I didn't know viral even existed. I didn't know you can get paid from this shit. But once I saw that, man, fuck, I'm gonna come be positive for. Man, fuck, I'm gonna bring the real Charleston for. Because when the real Charleston was here, when he didn't cuss, the bow tie, man, he's not as appealing.
That don't get no play.
Well, it don't bring awareness, nor does the message get out. So I wanted to bring awareness, get the message out, and figure out how to monetize. So once I saw that, I realized what feeds the algorithm. That ignorant nigga shit. Kill your mama, suck my dick, fuck your bitch. That's what feeds the algorithm. So,
and whose fault is it? Because I get blamed as the platform. Hollywood Unlocked, it's your fault because we post it all. Is it your fault because you do it all, or is it their fault because they can't consume enough of it?
it's their fault because they can't consume enough of it. It's called supply and demand.
I agree.
So it's business practices. So why would I not? It's supply and demand. This is what the people want. It's no different than when the Romans wanted live executions. When the Romans wanted to see a human
For
fight.
entertainment.
Yeah. So I believe our society is becoming that bloodthirsty. Well, at some point they're gonna want to see executions again, because they can't get enough of it. So I've tried it, man. I do positive. I do a lot of positive videos, but at this point, I feel like it's a waste of time.
Mm-hmm. So are you and T.I.? You still don't like T.I.?
I love T.I.
Really?
Yeah, I love T.I. Man, I'm gonna be honest. Man, I was more disappointed by him responding to me than anything.
Why?
I feel like he wasn't supposed to. I feel like he stepped down. I feel like he stepped down, and by him stepping down, it propelled me past him.
But what made you think? What was the perception that he was past you?
You mean me? Well, because we all place celebrities above us in the black community, including myself. I'm honest enough to admit that. Yeah, it's always y'all up there and us down here. Mm-hmm. I said that in the Cam Newton, so I've always placed. I've been programmed to do that. So I didn't realize celebrities were really human till they started getting offended by what I said. They became human to me then. Like, man, what the fuck? T.I.? Man, I couldn't believe that, homie. It fucked me up, man. Even for Boosie to come on social media and be on social media as he is, and we're able to start seeing his flaws as an individual, it humanized them and be like, oh, man, them niggas ain't shit. Man, them niggas just like us. But before then, man, them niggas on a pedestal. But
when you get into a Boosie and he makes threats, then you call the FBI on him, do you think they can rationalize?
He never made no threats. Nah, Boosie have been the smartest one to deal with me to this date. The best way to beat me, if you want to beat me, is to ignore me. Don't pay me no mind. Or if you watch me, don't respond to me. So Boosie been outside of Vlad specifically asking him questions, Boosie will not speak on me. So what?
Why do you think that
I've
is?
never called the FBI, but I play like I have. Yeah, I've never called the FBI.
Why do you think he won't talk to you outside the interview, or talk directly to you or at you outside the interview?
Cause I hit him below the belt with the Marlo Mike shit.
Well, I missed that.
Boosie was charged in some murders and ultimately being found not guilty. But having, a 15-year-old at the time, Marlo Mike, as his hitman, rapped about it in songs. And because I became involved in youth advocacy work on the juvenile life without parole law, I learned a lot about Marlo Mike. So there's a lot of guys who was in Angola and other places who, a guy by the name of Eric Brown today who was free because we worked on that law. So Marlo Mike was denied. So after the Supreme Court ruled that to automatically give a kid juvenile life without parole is inhumane and unconstitutional. So they can't automatically give it. Well, once that law was overturned, around that time, Marlo had been sentenced. He went back on appeal, I think, in 2019, 2020, only for his appeal to be denied. So he would be one of the only kids after that ruling that will die in prison that got juvenile life without parole. So I fuck with Boosie a lot about that, because he don't never really talk about it. He don't have to be found not guilty. So I pressed Vlad TV about pressing Boosie about it, just like he want to press OJ about OJ being found not guilty with it. So yeah, equal opportunity. So that's kind of personal with him. So that's why he don't speak on it.
And so when he called and made a threat to a promoter?
Yeah. So let me just say this. Me and Boosie got on the phone once. They offered me and Boosie some money to do a celebrity boxing match. The amount of money that they offered caught his attention and it caught mine. So we got on the phone and, he didn't say nothing, but he was listening. And I said, man, nigga, I'm gonna let you win the fight. Nigga, I'm gonna make you look like a hero. Nigga, we ain't gonna fight for real. But he just listened. He didn't respond. My manager was on there, his manager. So then we hung up. And then my partner Dewberry and his manager got on the phone. So that was the whole thing, man. He be talking about Marlo Mike, man, and this and that. So yeah.
So you guys are good now?
Yeah, we always been good. Except, so I had a show. I was booked in Baton Rouge, Louisiana for like 3 weeks ago, maybe a month. I get a call from the promoter, scary ass nigga, all scared, man. They talking about, man, they go shoot. I said, nigga, we go get the police. Nigga, them niggas scatter the police down. Them nigga ain't gonna do nothing. So his specific word was Boosie mama bought a table. Boosie mama bought a table up front, and they gonna have his cousin try to do something to you. So I said, nigga, we gonna put they motherfucking ass in jail. Nigga, I love to put Boosie ass and Boosie cousin them in jail.
And so you still went?
Well, he was scared. So I said, well, man, you forfeiting the money, not me. So I ain't got to return the money, man. I said, yeah, but I'm calling the FBI, nigga, and I'm going to tell them I'm recording this phone call. So I made him think that I had recorded the phone conversation, which is illegal. So now I didn't record the phone conversation. I did not contact the FBI.
So you're trolling?
Yeah, I was trolling.
But when you're trolling them to the extent that you are, I mean, because you laid them all the way out. And there's a different world for the people that don't know. If I talk about Boosie, I mean, I criticize Boosie all the time, and I criticize Megan Thee Stallion. It's very different.
Yeah.
Because the women play a certain way, the men play a certain way. And what I found is, like Rick Ross just blocked us because we posted his baby mom talking shit. But yeah,
that you hit below the belt, you go to post nigga baby mama, because she knows some secrets don't nobody know.
Right, but we're posting the back and forth with all the rappers. It's the baby mom. It's funny.
Yeah, it is, but not to him. Yeah, because she's saying some shit that we laughing at. He ain't laughing at.
Well, maybe he went to Wingstop. Either way, we're fine. Okay, so when you go there with the rappers, and you would have still went to that show if Boosie's cousin, family, and all them was still coming.
Yeah. Well, what you do is you hire security. Because the people that want to buy the tickets, man, don't no one monkey stop no show unless the promoter's scary. So my thing is, homie, unless you scared. And his thing is, man, I live here. So I understand, my nigga, but I ain't returning no money.
Right.
Because I'm willing to still come do the show, but provide extra security. One thing I know about niggas, they respect a uniform and badge. And lights that come on and go whoop whoop, they respect that. You can put a car there and not have a cop in there. They respect the fact that it's a police car there. So,
but if they're willing to ride through the hood and go kill each other, why would they be afraid of the police?
But that's without the police presence. They don't shoot most.
That's what I'm saying. But why be afraid of the police if you're not afraid of anybody else? Because they can shoot back and get away with it.
Well, most niggas ain't afraid of the police. They're afraid of the power of the police. The power. Because most people that hurt people, it's all about power. Mm-hmm. You don't try to hurt people that you perceive to have either equal or more power to you. You go pick on people who you think is powerless than you. So that's why I recommend, man, calling the police, because you see which gangsters get in line. And from what I seen, most rappers respect me for the simple fact, oh man, bitch ass nigga, go call the police. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Why wouldn't I? I'm not a gangster. I'm not a street guy. Why would I continue to play by the rules that guarantees you lose?
But the rules, the unwritten rules or the written rules, people say Jay Prince runs Texas, you live in Texas.
And I say he don't.
And you tell him to suck your dick.
Yeah, I say he don't.
But you don't even fear, even within Texas, you're not worried about something happening.
Who want to kill a nigga talking?
Right.
Who want to bring all this heat to you for a nigga that's talking online? And if you're a street guy, who listening to a guy that's talking online?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And he's supposed to be the police. Who listening to that? Mm-hmm. Well, only people outside of Texas think Jay Prince run Texas. The people in Houston don't think that.
Wack 100 was here last week. He don't think so either.
Well, only the people who believe the myth that Suge Knight was as bad as he was. And Suge Knight wasn't bad.
So is Jay Prince just marketing?
Jay Prince is a music mogul. Nothing else. Mm-hmm. He's a music mogul. He's in the entertainment music industry. He ain't no mafia boss. Mm-hmm. Mob ties is not a real mob. But people believe it is. Mm-hmm. People believe that, but this is how hip hop done tricked us.
Yeah, I've never subscribed to it. I mean, I talk my shit and say what I think, and I mean, I haven't had anybody outright threaten me, and I mean, I tell them all the time, I'm a civilian, I call the police. I don't subscribe to
let me just say this. Now, Jay Prince and them have reached out to some comedy venues. They reached out to Tommy T's and tried to, hey, woo, but man, ain't nobody listening to that.
To cancel you or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. When I went to the Houston, when I sold out at Houston House of Blues, I had some issues with the, they wouldn't let me bring my weapons in, so I had some issues. Mm. But don't know one person run Texas, but the sheriff of each county. So once I got into politics, and I understand the dynamics of the executive branches, your local government, man, I realized the sheriff is a bad motherfucker. Mm-hmm. Your county judge is a bad motherfucker.
The district attorney. The
district attorney is a bad motherfucker. Everybody else just talking and playing bad. So once I understand that, I stand on this side of the law with so much confidence and security as a law-abiding citizen compared to when I stood over that side with the criminal mind and criminal intent. Mm-hmm. But I thought I was bad over there. Man, I'm much badder over here with the intentions on doing right. Right? So I wake up with the intention on doing right and not harming nobody. Mm-hmm. So in my mind, how can what I say bring energy that will cause to hurt me when they really hurt people? Them and they homeboys really hurt people, and they lyrics promoting hurting people. So what energy goes back to them?
So how do you make sense out of somebody like a Meek Mill who is a dream chaser in the streets, has his music, but then fighting for freedom with the Reform Act over with Jay-Z and Mike Rubin, and then dancing at the Mike Rubin all-white parties? Like, how do you make sense out of all that?
I don't, because he seems conflicted. I watched them give support to guys like, what is it, WWMY Melly, whatever they got.
YMW Melly.
So I watched Meek and them give support to him. But
as a rapper who killed his friend or killed
someone. But I watched them talk prison reform. I watched them high-five the young bulls like Pooh Shiesty and them who brag about, but at the same time talk prison reform.
Why do you think the conflict exists?
Because prison reform makes a lot of money for a lot of companies and organizations and nonprofits. And Meek, he in with that. Mm-hmm. You know, the NFL jumped in with the prison reform. The Campaign Fair Sentencing and Youth partnered with them with the juvenile reform and the prison reform. So it's a lot of money in helping us reform, but you don't see the help to reform. Mm-hmm. It'd be all talk or on Capitol Hill, but you don't see Meek with the grassroots organizations that's standing on the front lines in a community that's helping to aid these guys when they re-enter back into society. You don't see Meek Mills going back and doing juvenile justice or political justice in the form of reaching back to some of his old friends who's been locked up since they were 15, 16. So I got a friend by the name of Charleston, Houston. We call him OG Baby Cash. Because of the culture, because of the environment, at 15 years old, he had 8 murders. So he's been in prison from 1992 at the age of 15 years old to now, over 30-something years, and he tied. So what happens to guys like him when they really make the change, they really find redemption, they really have remorse, and they won't do it again, but the consequences don't change. Mm-hmm. He 30-something years on a 40-year sentence, 50-year sentence. So that's where reform lies. It's guys like him who they once used Tookie, right? Remember before they executed Tookie, they used him for the riots to come speak to the youth. That's where reform comes from.
I reached out to Meek, Kim Kardashian, and Van Jones, who's a part of the whole reform movement, to help me get a friend out of prison. They didn't. I was able to go to my congresswoman who negotiated with the governor to get him out of prison. So I started looking at
reform.
I've been to the Michael Rubin parties.
There you go.
You know, I see all the rappers show up for Michael Rubin and support him, but they don't show up at the BET Awards or my show or anything. You know, so I do see
That's my beef with them.
No.
That's my beef.
I share the same beef, so I get it. And I wonder, is Meek's thing this need to be validated by white people, or is it a part of that business?
Well, you got to understand, who went and got him out of prison? Robert Kraft. He went and got a helicopter and got him out. Mm-hmm. So how does that happen? Jay-Z gets put over the NFL Super Bowl performances. They go get Meek out. Jay-Z's been petitioning for Meek. Why they quit petitioning? Mm-hmm. They had the whole hip-hop industry saying, free Meek, free. Why we stop? There are other people who deserve the same opportunity.
And they don't have half the resources.
And he got the pardon. He got a whole pardon. He got his gun rights back. He got his rights restored. So why we can't keep doing it? Mm-hmm. Come on, Meek. Why we can't keep doing it? So, we got guys, because of our culture, hurt people. We join gangs as hurt kids. America is responsible for the gang problem that has gone on in America for the last 50 years. America is responsible for at least 25 years of that 50 years because they propagated this shit to us. Not only, let me explain that. There's no reason that the Los Angeles Dodgers should have a red hat. There's no reason why Michael Jordan, they started propagating red and blue colors to us.
With the hat.
With the hats, the shoes, everything.
But you're not talking the Trump hat. Because the Trump hat that you wore that hat.
I ain't seen, you can't identify Crip and Blood with the Trump hat. I already, you gonna say
No, but Make America Great Again, you can attribute that with.
Well, let me just say this.
It's attributed with a lot of things.
I remember a time America was great. That's all I'm gonna say. I remember during the 80s, boy, we can play outside and you never heard a drive-by shooting out south. I remember a time that crack didn't exist.
So you agree with the theory that we should make America great again?
Yes.
But did you believe that Trump was going to be the one to do it?
Yes, I did.
Did you?
I truly believe that. America seemed happy. America seemed, even black people seemed happy when Trump was in office compared to now and compared to before. Black people seem vibrant. The opportunity zones that Trump put into place, I think more black people started businesses during his term and time in office. PPP loans, whatever you're accredited to, but never before in history have black people had access to bank money like that.
Nor did we know what to do with it when we got it.
We didn't, but we didn't even have we finally got access.
Yes.
He made that possible. And now this president is saying we gonna come back and get y'all for that money y'all got away with.
I mean, the PPP loan money was supposed to help you keep your business afloat, not be in line at Gucci and Beverly Hills. Beverly Hills was lit.
Yeah, and niggas started businesses with the money, playing like they had businesses.
Right.
It's no different than what the banks and the CEO companies been doing on the back end in Wall Street. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the poor people finally got a chance to cheat the system. They've been doing it forever.
But shouldn't we have taken that opportunity?
We should have.
Here's where I'll be critical of the culture. We should have took that opportunity. I took a $150,000 loan at that time and literally went from a 6-figure business to a 7-figure business. So I mean, I know that some of us knew what to do with it. Yeah. A lot of us didn't. Who do we blame for that?
Us. So that's why I say our form of reparations shouldn't be in the monetary form. Because we see what we're gonna do with it. Even if they was to give us an open line of credit, what we're gonna go do with the credit?
Draw down on it and waste it all?
Shit, you already know. So it should be some form of land, some seeds, a tractor or something. Yeah, but it shouldn't be in a monetary form. But even though we didn't know what to do, that president, never before in history have we had this opportunity. You don't think he told the banks to say, man, come on now, we'll insure that money?
But when we talk about racism and you go back to the Clintons and you look at the super predator, he was the president before he was president to say that the Central Park Five should be put to death when we know they didn't kill nobody.
And I'm just playing devil's advocate. In his defense, they really believe they done that.
Who did?
Donald Trump. So we just found out they didn't do it. But when he made that statement, they really believe, everybody really believed, other than the people who knew that those 5 boys had done that. And it was a horrific rape. Right. It was a horrific crime. So if you thought this, yeah, they should be that.
But when you think about the history of black people in America, you have to think about Emmett Till. Well, people that thought Emmett Till did something.
But let's go back to the movie. They coerced those kids into even saying that, yeah, we did. So, but Trump and the rest of the world don't know this. They just going off what's been presented to them. So of course, if this is presented to you like the media do most of us, we're gonna say that's a horrible person. Yeah, we do that to our own when we see some shit on the news.
But when you wore the hat, did you work for Trump?
Well, this what happened, right? I was heavily involved with the local Republican Party, the Tarrant County GOP Republican Party in Texas, right? So the Tarrant County GOP Republican Party during that time was the largest voting Republican base in the country. So President Trump came through there a couple times, and so there's a lady by the name of Mona Bailey. So you don't get elected in Fort Worth without Mona's nod of approval.
She's a black woman?
A white woman.
White woman. Okay.
Very powerful white woman, rich white woman. So I got adopted by the Tarrant Star Republican Women's Club. This is a very affluent elite club. So they would meet every Tuesdays and some Thursdays at the country club, the golf club. So they adopted me, so they would donate to my organization. So I got selected to be the campaign manager for a guy by the name of Albert McDaniels, who was running against Senator Nicole Collier. So I was his campaign manager. So after being his campaign manager, they had a black guy by the name of R.W. Bray they was nominating me to be the director of public engagement of the African American community for the RPT. So I'm graduating. So I done went from local to the Republican Party of Texas. So this is in Austin. So during that time,
Were you a Republican at the time?
yeah, I'm Republican.
Are you
yeah,
a Republican now?
Yeah. I'm a hood Republican, but I'm a conservative nigga who just so happened to vote Republican. I'm a conservative nigga with conservative principles and values who just so happen to vote Republican because they uphold conservative values.
Wait, what is a conservative nigga? Can you explain that, please?
He's an oxymoron. You want me to say this on camera?
Absolutely.
Well, I'm quid quo pro politics.
Okay.
Right? So I live in a red state in a red county, right? All the judges, all the powers to be is Republican. Why would I go join the losing team, right? So when I went to community college, I went and gathered all the historical information, going to government classes, U.S. history, American history. And so I looked at the two. And I said, okay, well, the Republicans started out fighting with niggas. The Democrats created the Ku Klux Klan. The Republicans authored, sponsored, and almost passed all civil rights legislation for black people in this country. It's been the Democrats opposing, even to this day. So there was a switch, right? The Southern strategy during Nixon's era. Well, they really didn't switch. The platforms and the methods changed. The Democrats created entitlement programs to bait us in for more votes. Dr. King was peddling with the Republicans, right? Kennedy and them. So the Democrats got smarter. That's where LBJ come in and says, I'm going to have these niggas voting Democrat for the next 400 years. So I stopped right there. What? So once you start looking into it, when I look at the Republican platform, the conservative principles is what mama and them raised us with. God, family. No, you don't only live once. You make right choices and decisions. So I go with these principles. The Democrats is liberals. You're free to do whatever. Be who you, no. So I go with this platform.
But shouldn't people be able to be who they want to be?
Yeah, that's why I'm a conservative nigga, vote Republican. But I get a lot of backlash. You're right. They should. So that's why I do this. So I became a rock star in this town as a black Republican with gold teeth. So I started having some of the whitest women come to the hood, man, and bring all kind of shit. And them dope dealing niggas be standing out there, man, why you got these white women? Them the police. So I got the hood shook up with old white Republican women. So I got nominated to be a part of the RPT. I get a phone call. This is before President Trump becomes president. I get a phone call saying, hey, Charleston, would you like to campaign with Donald Trump to 3 key battleground states? I said, hell yeah, I would. They said, okay, we're going to call you back at 3 o'clock. We're going to have your information. So, man, I'm excited. But I'm financially struggling at the time. So they told me that they was going to give me they're going to give me a stipends, a food stipends, and pay for the travel. So I'm thinking, man, I'm going to leave broke and come back broke? Man, that shit don't sound right. So when they called back to book the flight to get the information, my response was, nah, man, fuck Trump. Man, I don't like him that much. Man, I ain't going to get no money. So they repeated to me again that I'll get a stipends. And so, I didn't campaign with him.
But you believed in him?
Yeah, I believed in him.
Do you still believe in him?
No. It's hard to believe in him because he's under attack. And at this point, because the attack is so personal, I think there's a vendetta.
Against Trump?
No, I think he would have a vendetta.
Against the country?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I think he would.
Did you think his performance was presidential?
No. I feel like that day, we fucked up. Yeah, the day of the election, I felt, man, we done fucked up and let this motherfucker be president, man. Because he struggled. And I believe he struggled because I don't think he believed he was gonna win. His reaction, his response didn't say that he thought he was gonna win.
Why do you think so many is? I love the fact that he's sharing. He's Republican. He's standing on that. He believes in.
Yeah, and
what
I think we
Republicans believe
fucked
in.
up at first, but then as he began to get into the seat of being a president, that first year was like, man, we done fucked up. But I began to see, I began to see something different.
But why do you think there's so many young black people right now that want to see Trump in office again?
So this what drew. So remember, up until Trump, I went Hillary over Obama. So I didn't go John McCain and none of that. But I did vote for Bush.
Is it because even then, even in the midst of however you identified as a party, you were standing on the people who represent the issues that were important to you?
Well, at the time, it wasn't the issues. You trying to. Okay, so I just had my daughter, so I'm transitioning. So I'm transitioning into college. I'm breaking away from the criminal elements and the aspects, for the mentality-wise, from the culture. So I'm evolving past the hip hop culture mindset, right? Pull my pants up, tucking my shirt tail. So I'm evolving to something different. But what I'm seeing, in black people behind Obama, they just voting because he black. Ain't got nothing to do with what they know about politics. They don't know anything about. So I'm voting off my personal knowledge, right? What I learned in college and studying the platforms. When Trump came along, I'm saying, hold up, y'all. We used to love this white boy. How the fuck y'all gonna tell me he racist? I grew up in the 80s. Nigga, every rapper done, man, from Jeezy, you go on. So how y'all gonna say he racist? He was just on The Apprentice.
But he was an entertainer. We didn't know all of it. You could like everybody until you hear their personal views.
Well, this is what I'm saying. How we know he ain't playing with this? Because they were bringing up stuff when he was supporting the Democrats.
Right.
He was with the Clintons during the 90s.
Right.
And he ever said if he ever go run for president, he would run as a Republican. So I'm saying, man, he got to be playing. I believe black people should not vote blind loyalty to nobody. We should have quid quo pro expectations every election. What can you do for me to get this? We're the only people that don't do that.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think so many people that look like us, especially young people, want to vote for Trump now?
Because Trump was the one that sat down with Ice Cube. He was able to make a connection that left an impressionable mark on the young people.
That's why I keep telling the White House, you guys don't pull up to the culture until you need us.
Mm-hmm.
We're not stupid. We're not living in a day where we can't see it anymore.
Well, we'll see Kamala, and Kamala, we'll see her go solicit Beyonce, solicit the black celebrities, but that's only during election time. What happened to all the black celebrities with their Vote or Die campaign?
Mm-hmm. It died.
It died. Mm-hmm. So if nothing else...
I blame the black celebrities who will post Gucci and Versace more than they will vote education to our people. Like, you got young black people and brown people watching. You have a control over them. You can influence and move the needle. Why not at least be online all day talking about the power of vote, the power of protecting your vote? Why not?
People laughed at Donald Trump when he said, if nothing else, the black people can relate to me because I got a mugshot and went to jail. That was prolific.
Why?
Because he made a connection by going to jail. Now they can relate. So he's relatable now.
Oh, his messaging is definitely hitting.
Yeah.
I don't, personally support all the views. I'm pro women's choice. I don't know, you're Republican. What do you think about women choosing to?
I'm pro women's choice.
Okay.
I believe a woman should choose if she wants to have an abortion or not.
What do you think about gay people?
I think you fuck who you want to fuck. Ain't my business.
Okay. So what makes you Republican then? What is it? The values?
It's the principles of the party. It aligns more with what grandmama and them teach.
The principles of the party as it's supposed to be, not
as it is now. Because right now it's a lot of hateful rhetoric.
Okay.
Right, but if you just look at the principles of the party, you can align with the principles of the party. God, family, work, not giving your neighbors no sugar because you got more sugar than your neighbors. So
the right to protect yourself.
So I align more with that. But It's just the Democratic Party, man.
So are you going to endorse Trump or Biden
I'm gonna endorse Trump.
this season?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I'll take my chances with Congress overseeing him with the three executive branches of government. He can't just do what he want to do. That's my fear.
After watching the people climb up the Capitol, you don't think he can do what he want to do? Now, you know, if there would have been a bunch of black people acting like Spider-Man, they would have got shot.
They would have died.
Right?
They would have died. There's no way that many black people would have been able to storm the Capitol and enter into any government building or office and have access it. No,
But now he's talking about pardoning those people.
He the president. He can do it.
But
He
don't make it
pardoned
right.
Kodak Black.
Right, and that got a lot of black people saying, but isn't that pandering though?
There's nothing wrong with a politician to pander. It's
I know
up
Democrats
to you.
do it
It's
too.
up to you to be informed on who's pandering to you.
Or when you're being pandered to.
There you go. Because most politicians rely on the uninformed voter, not the informed voter. That's why they don't answer direct questions. Yeah, that's why they don't answer direct questions, because they rely on the person that's uninformed. So they have a tactic that works on the dumb population. And those that know is stuck to fight with what they know, feeling helpless. So that's why I tell the ones that feel helpless to focus locally, and you won't feel so helpless. There should be some resentments toward black people because they went through some shit with us, as the party. For us to have completely abandoned the party, and if you look at the civil rights legislation of the 63, 64, man, those are Republican senators saying yes, yes, yes. That party really didn't switch that much.
But how does the Republican Party restore itself after all the stuff that Trump has done?
They can't.
So too far gone?
Yeah, they're too
rap
good.
lyric.
Well, they have to find a dynamic young Republican that can connect with today's people, kind of like JFK Jr. did with the Democrats back during his time before he died. They have to find a young person like that. Or they have to find somebody in the entertainment industry on the black side. Kanye would have been good.
As president?
No, just to make the connection
I
for
was
black.
gonna say, I
just to
haven't
make
drank
for,
in 9 months.
Just to make the black people's connection to the Republican Party. He was on the right track.
Where do you think he got off track?
Having a balanced fatherhood, the divorce, his mental health, and still needing that guidance of your mother's voice. Yeah, so man, just the fact of going through what he's going through with the the ex-wife and the kids, and trying to maintain your children's perception of who you want them to think you are compared to how the world is trying to present you. So you gotta have your head together. You gotta be aligned in your, everything has to be in line right to go in politics.
When I was on Cam Newton's show, I talked about when I was working with Ye, and one day he called me, and Pete Davidson was riding around in the neighborhood with his kids on his lap. And I said, just imagine all of what you're going through with your mental health, all the things you talk about, and then to see a white man riding around the neighborhood.
Kick the table over, man. Shit, what? Yeah.
But why do you think he didn't get compassion for reacting to a moment like that? Because any man would be upset.
Because his level of confidence and arrogance supersede the average man. So it's hard to have compassion. It was hard for the world to have compassion for Ali when he started having the problems, because he was so arrogant. I'm the greatest. It's hard. It's like we're watching him to fall or to fail, just so we can leave him there rather than try to lift him back up. I hadn't seen one black celebrity reach to try to nurture him back. I think it's because his confidence and his arrogance over the years made us feel like he was a giant.
Let me just throw a lot of things out there that you said, and I want to see what you think, okay? when you said fuck the Chinese people and fuck everyone who died in Hiroshima, you take that back or nah?
Man, I was just mad because the Chinese niggas was fucking with me, man. Yeah, nah,
Was
man.
that China Mac when y'all got
Yeah,
into it?
man. So let me just say that, man. I've been to a lot of Asian whorehouses and massage parlors throughout America. So I love Asian women. I was just mad at China Mac fucking with me. And I'm just saying that because they were the nigga Asians. Fuck you, nigga. So I had never, where I'm from, you don't see nigga Asians, but they got them out here.
What's a nigga Asian?
The Asians that use the word nigga.
Oh.
My nigga, hey nigga. So these were the nigga Asians I was getting into. Fuck that nigga Charleston. So in my mind, I'm saying, how can they say fuck that nigga Charleston, and I can't? So I'm just fighting back orally. But man, I don't mean none of that. Nah, man, hell no. I'm just repeating some history that I know is mean. That I know, So I take it back.
So I just recently got to know who China Mac is. No shade at all, just by the whole whack and Adam 22. So he
had threatened to slap me. That's what got me. So he went on Vlad TV, and I didn't know who he was. Vlad asked him a question about me, and he was like, "Oh man, I'll slap." So I'm like, "Man, you gonna bring this?" So in my mind, how can he, as an Asian dude, go on a black platform and all these black platforms, man, that nigga Charleston. So then when the other Asians jump in, they might be from your up north Asian. Man, they niggered me to death. And it was a groups of them. They would wake up every day with hundreds of Asians. That nigga Charleston, and they were talking like black dudes. And I was like, God damn. So that's the only way I knew to fight back was to be mean, say mean things.
You said that Sexy Red was a stoned down, dirty leg hoe.
Stoned down, dirty leg hoe. Yeah.
But don't you like how she's embraced her wholeness, though?
Yeah, I do. Man, let me just say this. I secretly love Sexy Red. I just hate the fact that my daughter and them listen to that whole shit, man. Yeah, man, I love her to death, but man, that hoe is a motherfucker. It's the lyrics, man. The lyrics, man, she got some lyrics that...
But not only that, I mean, I saw her here, she was 7.5 months pregnant, barefoot at the club, but the whole club was lit. And I said,
that's a stomp down hoe. Yeah, that's that stomp down. And that dirty leg hoe gonna let you fuck with no rubber. She she said.
The other day
she embraced it.
The other day she posted on her IG story that she was in the doctor's office and the doctor said her pussy stank. Why do we need to share that on social media?
Cause she letting the guy, that's what happened when you let a man come in you. Them women, you let that cum make it stink. So she just educating the girls in her own way. That's all.
So she's a stoned down, dirty, stinky leg
cold,
hoe.
stoned down, dirty, yeah.
But she embraces it, and that's why we love her.
That's why we love her. I secretly love her. You the only one got me to openly admit it too. Yeah, I secretly love her.
I thought you loved Cardi B.
I do.
But you're married.
Oh, my wife know what kind of man she married. Like granddad and them.
Granddad and them was in the streets.
Yeah, I'm a rotten motherfucker like that too, but just in my own way, but I'm a good man.
Okay, we got him to take back the Hiroshima. What about Gillie the kid? His son died. You went off on him. You called him a snitch.
Nah, he called me a snitch.
He called you a snitch, and then you went off on him about his dead son.
Yeah, I ain't taking that back. Yeah, fuck him. Yeah, he hurt my motherfucking feelings because I spurred him. Not that I spurred him. Let me take that back. When his son died, I felt compassion for him, even though I didn't like him. Because I'm an empathetic person and I know how to tap into the empathy part of a human's. I did that for him. And I got into it with somebody I admire from New York, my guy Kareem Blitz. I was on live. And Kareem them feel like this the energy he gets. So he brought that to me. And I was like, nah, homie. So I got into it with my guy and kind of chastened him because I had empathy. That moment, that was the real Charleston. So fast forward to now, Gillie hurt my feelings because the real me had compassion and that was sincerely given. So when I saw his response to my co-author of my book, and this guy is somebody who was an elected official, a commissioner out in Michigan. So he admires Wallow, he admires Gillie, he admired me. So he reached out to them, you know, hey man, I just done a book with Charleston. And man, Gillie's response was, why you fuck with that snitch ass nigga, man? I'm saying, man, what? Man, if
And
nothing,
you guys have never had no issue, or?
well, we have had an issue. We had an issue in 2021, 2020, when the little kid, is it Pop Hunter? The kid Pop Hunter had a song with Uzi Vert, and somehow this kid's testimony from a murder when he was 12 or 13 years old resurfaced, and the whole hip hop industry shamed this kid for being a snitch. Gillie and them shamed him. So I remember doing a Say Cheese TV interview speaking on that, saying that they wrong for shaming this kid. So y'all mean to tell me we done got so tough where we saying our kids have to stand on these mafia codes? You mean to tell me if my mama take me and say, son, tell the police that you want this kid to, so Gillie jumped in my inbox and said, you got a problem, Goofy? And then he said, when he see me, when he say I'll be in Dallas and something, keep that same energy. Yeah, man. So, you know, he go threaten to bring harm to me because of my opinion. So he said he go slap me or something. And so that was 3 years ago. So fast forward to the day.
And so you sat on that for 3 years?
Nah, we went back and forward for a while. So we publicly went back and forth. And we actually seen each other in Detroit one time. But he just kept walking and I kept walking. So when his son died, I didn't go in. You know what I'm saying? Even after all this, I publicly showed empathy and went out my way to do it, made it my business. You know, that, and to me, that was my way of waving the white flag. Nigga's son done died, man. Whatever beef we had, it ain't, hey, homie. So for him to come back after this and still have this same sentiment, then nigga, fuck you and your dead baby. Yeah, nah, nigga, I ain't taking shit back. I take my compassion back. Yeah, I'm that petty. Yeah, I'm type motherfucker, me and the bitch break up. I bought groceries that day. I'm taking the bread and the grocery too, with the clothes I bought.
But what if she ate it already?
Man, whatever she did, Nate, give me the peanut butter, bitch, I bought that. Give me them crackers too, and them Oreos. Yeah, nah, I'm one of them kind of niggas. So now when he did that, and I'm just being honest, I'm saying, man, that nigga go do that? That kind of hurt me a little bit. So, you know, hurt people. So I lashed out. Yeah, let me call my living son, nigga. I got my son still alive. So yeah, I did that.
And it's big, because you have a heart, and I could see you're smart. You knew that was gonna hurt.
Yeah, and I knew it was wrong. And it felt bad when I did it. Yeah, I knew it was wrong.
And it felt bad when you did it.
And it felt bad when I did it. But to get back felt better. So I shoot through my hand to shoot you, nigga. Yeah, I shoot through my hand to shoot you. Yeah, I hurt me to hurt you if you hurt me. Yeah, I hurt me to hurt you, nigga. And that's what I did. But it didn't feel good doing that. But this what I told myself. It's no different when you used to jump on niggas and y'all be kicking a nigga on the ground and you and all your buddies doing this. It felt bad doing that.
But you still had to do it.
You still did it. Yeah, but now it felt better getting back because you can justify it. A man can always justify his wrong to rationalize it.
So when he seen you in Dallas and didn't say anything or do anything.
That's what made me think, oh man, this nigga ain't no problem, because we haven't done nothing to each other to say, oh, when I see you. So I'm saying, well, man, why would, for one, I'm not a street guy. So why would this nigga be calling me a snitch? And him and Wallow talk prison reform, and your son just got.
But that goes back to me not understanding the world people live in. Like, do people want to be in this world or in that world?
So that's what I'm like, come on, homie, your son just, so how can I be a snitch? And I'm telling the world, I wasn't a criminal as an adult. All of my crime is a juvenile delinquent as a kid. Once I got grown at 21, I wasn't on a criminal path. I was in college, fatherhood, working. So why would you call me a snitch, homie? But you try to rep, and your son got killed.
But I remember when his son died, I mean, I don't know Wallow or Gillie like that personally. I met him once, but when the son died, I mean, of course, I go back to me losing a brother, so I feel a certain way. Is there a below the belt? Is there such thing as a below the belt?
Yeah, hell yeah it is. It's a below the belt. Yeah, it's a below the belt. I'm the kind of nigga, I'm gonna if we fighting and the rules say don't hit below the belt, I'm gonna hit you below the belt at least 1 or 2 times to get an advantage. I'm gonna throw dirt in your eye. I didn't know you fight fair. I wasn't raised to fight fair. You break the rules when you fight. I'm the nigga break the rules. I'm gonna be as ugly as I can be if we got to verbally judo. And I'm going below the belt. And it's gonna feel bad for me to do this.
But you're gonna do it to win.
Yeah.
You know, one of the videos of yours that I respected the most was you were walking somewhere and I guess you were gonna be in a boxing match with somebody and he tried you and then you pulled a knife on him.
Yeah, he had been trying me. And I'm saying, nigga, we go box, let's box. Why you steady trying to fight outside the ring, but you trying to bully me? You think you bigger than me? You think, you know what I'm saying? And you want to fight fair. Well, how we go fight fair and I'm blind? So if you hit me, you got the advantage. If I hit you in your one eye, you still got an eye. So how we go fight fair? So I hit him in the head with that knife and put a hole in it.
And kept it pushing.
Yeah.
You're always ready.
Always.
What weapon did you bring today?
And my mace.
So you can spray somebody, stick them, and still hit the elevator in 5 seconds.
Well, the objective is, I don't want to kill nobody, homie. This is non-lethal. I'd much rather put you in jail, black man, than put you in the graveyard.
Is that the pepper spray you sprayed Soulja Boy with?
Yeah, this is jail, by the way. So the idea is to try to use what we want the police to use. Use your taser. So I went and got all of that.
You have a taser?
I got all of that. Because I don't want to kill my own kind. There was a time every day I got up and put a gun in my bullet. I put that bullet in there for a nigga, because I know a nigga gonna make me kill him. But if I can use other things before I grab a gun, before I kill my own kind, then that's what I'm willing to do. So I try to teach this as well as carry and defend myself. But the nigga gonna make you go get the gun.
So when you pepper sprayed Soulja Boy, what was going through your mind the moment you're about to spray Big Soulja?
Man, this nigga got too many niggas walking up on me. I didn't know he was as little as he was. He's smaller than me. And he had on flip-flops. So I know he, in my mind, a nigga in flip-flops ain't that dangerous. It's these niggas with tennis shoes I gotta watch. So he's leading the charge. Every nigga got out the car, did this, adjusting their shoes. So that's body language that I'm reading.
Yeah, you're getting ready to get jumped or fired.
And they're a little ways away from me, so they have to walk toward me.
Were you guys at Rolling Loud?
Yeah, we was at Rolling Loud.
Outside going to Rolling Loud all the.
I didn't know Rolling Loud was Rolling Loud.
Oh, well now you know.
I was out there cheating on my wife, called myself just getting away. Just
the wife you have now or the?
No, the wife I have now.
You were cheating on?
Yeah, I was cheating on her. I had just met my little mama. I would take her.
Wait, slow down. You're cheating on the wife that you have now. Who's your little mama?
My little mama. So we was in Miami, right? So I'm just taking her to Miami, me, my little mama, my partner for her birthday. I don't know it's Rolling Loud. I'm just taking my little mama to Miami.
To a concert.
We just going to Miami to do the Miami thing, you know. Have you ever been to Miami before, baby? Well, I've been a couple of them. You know, that kind of shit.
Right.
So, but I don't know it's Rolling Loud. I just know the flights are high and we can barely get a hotel. So I'm saying, man, what's going on in this motherfucker? So I don't know nothing's going on until this incident with Soulja Boy and people start saying, man, you at Rolling Loud. I'm thinking Rolling Loud was a 420 event.
Rolling Loud.
I'm a 46-year-old, at the time, I'm a 45-year-old nigga at the time. I don't know nothing about Rolling Loud. And they got every nigga I done cussed out and talked about.
At that one venue?
Yeah.
And you had no security?
No security. So I ended up at a strip club with Lil Durk now. Nigga come downstairs and say, man, you know Lil Durk now up there. And I don't drink, but I had been drinking. I said, shit, nigga, I got this mace on me. That knocked 12 niggas down. Then I went upstairs to go pee and seen all them little niggas and went downstairs and said, hey, man, let's go. Shit, let's get out of there.
That was smart.
That was Friday night.
You saw Lil Durk?
Yeah, I seen all of them, but they didn't see me.
They didn't see you?
Nah, So that was Friday night. Then Saturday morning, we got up to go to the shoe store. That's when I ran into Soulja Boy. So it was a little nigga told, I don't know, they just saw me standing out and stopped the van, Sprinter van in the middle of Ocean, whatever that street is right there.
Ocean Drive.
Yeah, Collins, one of them. So he stopped in the middle and all these dudes getting out. So I can't see specifically who it is because I'm visually impaired in this eye. My little mama say, that's Soulja Boy. I said, man, that nigga just said the other day he gonna put some money on my head. And he walking directly toward me with at least 8 to 10 other guys, man, cause 2 of them stayed back. One of them got on the ski mask acting like he holding a gun. He walk up in arm's reach and says, I wanna talk. In my mind, why they coming? Because I'm processing this. So I just go to spraying. So I spray him strategically.
You don't even say nothing.
I don't say nothing. Because what I'm gonna say something for.
Wait, but you
because
didn't say,
once I go
you didn't say stand back.
Because once I go to talking, as I'm talking to him, he got other guys coming. I know I'm blind. Boom, nigga hit me in my mind. Because we done seen this.
You have, okay, people don't, you're, first of all, when you're as controversial as you are, I have been at times, you're already mentally preparing for scenarios.
Yeah.
So the scenario's playing out in real time.
I'm talking to him, me and him talking, one of these other niggas, bow, I don't know nothing because I can't see.
And Lil Mama has no clue.
And then they go put it on camera.
Right.
She don't have no clue what's going on. So I shoot over her shoulder and hit him and come back because we was in a corner. So I had to come out the corner to get them. So that's
You sprayed the whole group?
That surprise attack made them. He shot. I get to come back and get him again. As I'm getting him, she turn around, so I get her too. But I glob him to death.
You sprayed Lil Mama?
I actually got her, yeah. I glob him to death. So now he damn near running in circles, and his response is, bruh, you tripping. Did you mace me? He was literally, and the dude's just looking. So at this time, everybody was in the store. Guys started coming out, oh man, Charles the White just made Soulja Boy. And so then that's when I went to, yeah, you goddamn right, I maced that nigga. But I was scared because I see the nigga clutching with the gun.
And you're on the street by yourself with your girl who's also been sprayed.
Yeah. The jail mace a bad motherfucker. The jail mace.
So then he went live and he did what he did. We saw it all play out. How did that end?
I went live back to the hotel and done a demonstration to show people how thick that mace was and how it worked. And it eat paint off the poles. Yeah, that was some bad shit. But he was highly affected because you saw his face was swollen. Yeah. He swore up and down that I sprayed and maced myself, but I specifically used gel mace so there's no blowback. Mm-hmm. So gel don't blow back. They had never been maced before, so this is what I know.
Gel meaning it's sticky, not gel the prison gel.
No, it's gel like sticky,
so it
like
comes
a
out
gel
and sticks
mace,
on you.
So, and it comes out directly, not a spray. Mm-hmm. So what I know is the average black man, he don't have gun training, he don't have gun safety, he really don't even know how to, so he don't know none of this. So the element of surprise haven't failed me yet. If nothing else, it's gonna put space between me and them. Mm-hmm. Come on, nigga, hurry up and call Uber. Yeah. Hurry up, nigga, get to call Uber. So now that's what happened. But his pride was hurt. Mm-hmm. Yeah, his pride was hurt.
You pepper sprayed Soulja Boy.
So let me show you how his pride was hurt. So they began threatening my life. So he and I don't know, what's the guy named Flo Malcolm and the guy by the name of Quick Flip Vino, they began making online threats in Atlanta. Yeah, Charleston, you better not come to Atlanta, woo, woo, woo. So I'm sitting here thinking, man, I really can sue that bitch ass nigga because my girl can sue him because I had to mace her. He's the reason. So I called Miami Police Department to file a complaint to get the lawsuit going. So from calling Miami Police Department, somehow I made contact with Atlanta for the Flo Malcolm and the Quick Flip Vino making threats on behalf of them, banning me. So I actually contacted Fannie Willis in them office directly. They put me in contact with Officer Dab. from the gang unit, and Quick Flip Vino ended up being arrested for making online threats.
As a result of the pepper spray incident?
Yeah. And I think Flo Malcolm still got the warrants out. He been on the run. Because they were literally going online with guns saying, yeah, Charleston, we go do this, and all for the Soulja Boy shit.
Right.
And I'm saying, man, you niggas ain't ready to go to prison for the rest of y'all life. Y'all would have been, yeah. So, but they went to the extent trying to play gangster online to really make it in like they really wanted to do something to me. And so it ended up getting one of them a charge.
The guy who rushed you when you were on stage doing stand-up, what happened to him?
I hit him in the head with a vase. Yeah, I was doing stand-up on stage, and I had two hecklers. So because of my immaturity, because of my inexperience and my amateur as a comedian, initially, I would go on stage and I didn't have a set. So I would just be funny off my natural gift and talent. Then I got a set. So the set kind of boxed me in. And if I get out that set, I'm fucked up.
Yeah.
So a heckler get me out the set because I lack the experience. I don't know how to get back in.
Of the improv?
Yeah.
That's where you need my help.
There you go.
I'm good at that. I ain't good at the set. I'm good at that
But
shit.
I got the heckler saying shit like, yeah, mob ties, the J Prince shit. And we down by Houston. So after so long of that, man, fuck mob tie. Now the crowd, now I got the dudes over here with the Lakers Kobe Bryant jersey on saying, you better watch how you talk. Yeah, so now they, man, fuck you.
You didn't say fuck Kobe though.
Nah, Nah, I ain't say fuck Kobe. So the guy stand up and he make a threatening motion like he coming toward the stage. If I'm gonna be honest, man, I was just trying to go viral. I took an opportunity and a chance. I had like 10 minutes left on the set. The set, after I said fuck J Prince and mob ties, the promoter is J Prince's godson.
Oh.
He ran backstage and said, man, get him off stage. So he's trying to hurry up and get me off stage because this shit finna go left.
But do you know that's happening behind you or
I
not?
don't know.
Okay.
I don't know none of this. I just know they fucking with me, man. I'm feeling inferior because I taking me out of my comfort zone, right? So now I'm feeling inferior. So what do a nigga do? He lash out. So I'm saying to myself, man, this bitch ass nigga just trying to go viral too. Because he's standing up arguing with me on stage. So he said, yeah, nigga, I'll come up there and do something. So I grabbed the flower plot. Yeah, nigga, I hit you inside your motherfucking head too. Now I see the cameras out. He make one move. I really don't want to do no more comedy, no way. Yeah, I throw the motherfucker. But in my mind.
Wait, when the cameras come out, does your mind register, I'm about to go viral?
Yeah.
Okay.
But this what the one mind saying, nigga, we finna go viral. The other mind saying, we don't know what's gonna happen if you do this. We don't know what the outcome is. Go viral or die.
Because you still got to get out of there.
Go viral or die. Fuck this, nigga. We going viral because we can get rich off going viral. I throw that motherfucker. Because I process. Because this is what I'm telling myself. I've learned that every time I go viral, and if it's a good viral, I probably got at least $60,000 to $70,000 in interview money that week. Boy, Say Cheese go hit me, Danza go hit me. Boy, you talking about $10,000 per and 12. Man, you talking about they go hit me. Mm-hmm. So I calculate the money, nigga, shit, go viral. They ain't caught on yet. So I just didn't foresee, that NFL nigga coming to tackle me. Cause I was just focused on the one dude. The other dude came up on side the stage and catch me in the middle of trying to hit the truck. Oh shit, he interrupted some shit. So yeah, so.
It just made it go more viral though.
There you go.
Yeah.
But I don't know when I hit the ground if they go stomp me out. Mm-hmm. Just so happened it was just two. And nobody got to touch me. So
what happened? So we see that the clip ends. Of course, we posted on Hollywood Unlocked like we do everything.
What happened was.
What happened after?
The nigga, I had my back end money. So I had dropped my back end money.
On the stage?
Yeah. So all the people you see running on stage, those were the promoters because there was no security. There was one motherfucker, man. Now, had I known there wasn't no security, I wouldn't have done that. But it was one police officer, and he was backstage, back there, yeah.
Charleston, okay, before you go in the venue, as controversial as you are, you come with your own security, but you send them in to look at it first.
I ain't had no security. I had my nigga and his brother. And my merchant, my nigga selling merch. So I had my nigga, Dewberry, his brother, Big Dew, and then I had my partner, CEO Hockley, that was with the merch stand out there. And just the chitlin circuit.
Yeah, but that's even more why you persist.
I know now. Well,
What?
you know, I know now, but you know, I'm trying to keep it real. See what keeping it real to do?
What?
That's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to keep it in the Negro League.
No,
now,
you can't.
I done quit a Live Nation tour to come do this shit.
You can't be as controversial as you are, and keeping it real.
I know. I
Because
know
you'll be
now.
really fucked up.
I know now.
Let me tell you something. I walk in, it's like the military walk in. Because I'm going home. I've been shot before. I ain't getting shot again. And I will tell, but I want to go home.
Listen,
I don't
man,
care what it looked like.
When them niggas got to running on stage, you can hear the guns in the crowd clicking from the video.
Oh yeah, nah.
You can hear the guns clicking. And I said, oh man, we tripping. So I've been moving right ever since.
Okay, good. So Brittany Renner is a friend of mine. She gave you a viral lap dance that the whole world saw. What was going on in that video? Was she drunk or
Boy,
what?
the veins was about to explode out my penis. Boy, the veins were about to explode. Man, I was trying not to come, and I was trying to come. You hear me? I was tightening my boy. I was trying not to. Shit. Everybody was tipsy.
Was that your first time meeting her?
Yeah.
The body is banging.
She's bad. She bad in
Yeah.
real life, homie.
Yeah.
Everything. And she was excited about the interview. So the Dancer Project had called her and said, hey, you don't mind if we have Charleston? And she was like, oh, no, man, I want to rock. So she found me to be polarizing. So I think that's, yeah. I guess it turned on.
She's single though. Why you didn't shoot? Oh, you're married.
Yeah.
So wait, what happened to what happened to the girl that you got sprayed with the mace? Are y'all still cool? That you sprayed?
Say what now?
Are you still cool with her?
Yeah, we still cool.
Wait, so you're married now. Is this the same?
5 years.
5 years. Are you faithful?
At home. When
But
I'm
home
at
is where the
man.
heart is.
Yeah, when I'm at home, I'm faithful, yeah.
When you're on the road, you can.
I can't do nothing. I tell my woman, don't worry about what a man got to do on the battlefield. You take care of the home front. Whatever a man got to do out there on the battlefield, don't you worry about it as a woman. You just take care of the home front. A man go do what he go do.
And you come home and you make sure the house is taken care of,
Yeah.
she's taken care of, and she doesn't worry about what's happening on the battlefield.
She try not to, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she can't help, at times.
What happens? You go viral every time you do something. What happens if you go viral and like?
It causes problem on the home front.
Okay. So you try hard to not go viral with anything that would cause problems at home.
Yeah. Because I know other people. It's too much involved. Other people's feelings and hearts. So I try not to.
What happens if you?
But I'm a man, and I'm a man's man, like granddaddy and them. So I'm flirtatious. So even my woman would say, I saw you flirting. Well, I'm just a naturally flirtatious man. I'm not sexually driven. So I like to have sex. I don't like to freak. So it's some niggas like to freak. I'm just a man that I let nature dictates. So I'm not horny every day. So that's the comfort that I hope my lady got, that she know I'm not no sexually driven man, and I just ain't out here laying and sleeping with everybody. You can't talk like me and do that.
Blueface and Chrisean have been here on this show a couple times. You said that Blueface is a modern day Ike Turner.
Yeah, he is.
You think so?
I know so. Yeah, I mean, everybody know he done. She even said it. She done jumped on, you just hit me. He just know how to do it and not get the backlash of being a nigga that'll hit the broad upside the head and leave a knot, rather than leaving a black eye.
But when you look at their relationship, who do you think's more toxic?
She is. There are a lot of women who need abuse for love.
Explain that.
There are a lot of women who need abuse to feel love because they've been abused all their life. Mm-hmm. And most of the people who abuse them so-called supposedly love them. So there's a lot of women who like to fight just to fuck. Fight and make up. Best sex you can have. So there's a lot of women who believe being toxic. When she get mad, she hits you in the head. Knowing you go hit her back, drop-out fight, knowing there's a possibility you can go to jail.
And then fucking go to sleep.
That's toxic love. But as unhealthy as that is, that becomes an addiction.
Which is what I think we're watching with those two right now.
Yeah.
I mean, we had a whack here last week where we actually asked them, like, what is it an addiction?
You can get your woman addicted to because the dopamine, the chemicals that the brain produces, the emotions that's tied to the act of fighting that comes from the sex makes that fulfilling and appealing.
But what's the conclusion of a toxic relationship like that?
One of them go to jail and one die. They severely scar one another. Mm-hmm. And it causes childhood trauma for whatever child they produce. Mm-hmm.
You spoke about the child. Do you want another thing you can take back?
I take that back.
Okay. You said that.
If there's anything that make me cringe that I've said, that I've been turning that I don't even want to hear, because yeah.
You don't have to repeat it. We'll just say you can go do the research. You take that one back. See, you have a heart. I knew the Charleston we were gonna pull out.
Yeah, I hate that shit. I see that poor baby, man. I be saying, man, I should, man.
But there is something to be said.
Yeah,
about,
God forgive me. That's one of them. God forgive me.
But there is something to be said about responsible parenting and being careful what you show on social media.
Let me just say this. I always say, I can give you a logical explanation and a reason on why I've said some of the most horrific things that you've heard me say. You may not agree with it. I'm not going to justify it. I can give you a reason on why I said it. And my reasoning for saying that is because I was highlighting the lack of prenatal care. I was talking about the things that a mother can do in her actions that can cause damage to the fetus while in the womb, whether that's fighting, arguing, drinking, smoking. Whatever the woman does during the pregnancy affects the child. Whatever the father does to make the mama feel, the baby feel. So I was speaking on that, just using a ugly delivery to get the message across.
Right. Okay. And you take it back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Cause when I look at the baby, man, my heart weak. Because I tell children all the time, and man, that kid gonna hear me say that shit one day. I tell kids all the time, whatever has happened to you as a child is not your fault, no matter what it is. You didn't ask to come here, you didn't ask to be born. You was just born into conditions, situations, and circumstances that's just out of your control. So no, I offer compassion for that one. Yeah.
One of the things that's interesting is that when people attack you, like Lil Uzi Vert put your name in a song where you had talked about.
Yeah, I met him in person. Shout out to Uzi. He came to Dallas and brought me to his concert.
You said he was a sissy for wearing dresses. It's funny. I tell rappers and artists, you make us more famous. When you talk about us, when you attack us, if you want us to die, if you want us to go away, don't say anything.
And let me just say this, he showed me in the world something. He took something, a stone, and turned it into fruit, a fruitful project, because he didn't have to pay me. He could have made me go get a lawyer, fight him in Capitol Records to get that money, but they reached out to me.
Oh, and they paid you for what they
paid me,
putting you in the song?
Yeah, so I got a great deal of respect for Lil Uzi Vert. And then not only that, when he came to Dallas, he invited me to the show, went to the show, went out to the club, hung out with him, and he a real little nigga. He just playing it, man, he a real little nigga.
True story, I saw Lil Uzi at a party and I said, hey man, I want you on my show. He said, hey, give me your number. So he pulls out his phone, I go to give him my number and he just took off running. So I never got the interview and he never got my number. Funny as hell. I thought this shit was funny.
Yeah, no,
man, I wasn't even mad.
I was expecting to see kind of like a little sissified little dude. Man, that's a real little nigga.
Well, I mean, so you think men that paint their fingers are sissies?
Well,
I'm gay. I don't get offended by that.
Yeah, I thought that. Yeah, I think that. But I know, my partner True. He paint his nails. Yeah, he ain't gay. He ain't no sissy. He sleep with porn stars every night.
Wait, but not all gay people who sleep, not all men who sleep with men are sissies either. Just so you know. We're not. You know I'm gay. You knew I was gay, right? Okay.
Yeah.
You don't think all gay men are sissy?
Yeah, hell yeah, I think that. Well,
Because there's some rappers who aren't gay, at least publicly gay, who are sissies.
you know what? You sure right. And all sissies ain't gay.
That part.
You know what? You just took me back to our era. You goddamn boy, you just took me back to our era. All sissies ain't gay.
First of all, I'm gonna thank you for my gifts. Every guest that comes up here, you should be bringing me a gift. We're gonna get into this just a second. Okay, so everybody needs
every
Mr.
neighborhood
Charleston.
needs a Mr. Charleston.
What does that mean?
That's the black man in the community that's saying what's wrong. The last black man to do that was Malcolm X. To actually tell black people what was wrong. He pointed out the liquor stores, the streets. So every neighborhood needs a man that'll say, man, I'm calling the police. Every neighborhood needs a man on the street that's willing to call the police.
So like a T.I.
T.I. wasn't willing to call. T.I. had to be forced to work with them based on his probation he got from the gun charges.
So this is a book to teach young black men and women that they should be a part of their community by protecting it, by telling the police.
Well, that's showing that you're invested because the police really work for you. So, for instance,
The police work for the people?
yeah, they supposed to.
I can hear Black Lives Matter rumbles right now online.
Our community is hostile toward police. So whenever they step out of their vehicle, they are automatically perceived as an enemy rather than here to help. So our attitude and our perception towards them leaves them in danger at all times dealing with us.
But how does it change?
We have to start having more black police officers. We have to stop shaming the little boy who want to play police when we play cops and robbers. We got to stop making it seem like all police is bad. Because when mama is in there getting jumped on by the new boyfriend, and the new boyfriend might be from a gang, and if he go tell the neighborhood, oh man, she snitched on me. Well, this is a 9-year-old girl. The stigma of being a snitch is worse than being a molester.
Well, Wack was here talking about the snitch culture. That applies to people who are in the streets, right?
Not in the black community.
Well, in the black community,
because we put this on regular people.
No,
we call
that's
grandmama
what I'm saying.
snitch.
In our community, we condition ourselves that it applies to everybody.
Grandmama snitched on them. So
Yeah.
we haven't even defined snitching. We think telling the truth is snitching. We think a guy saying this is not my gun is snitching.
Is Gunna a snitch?
Did he stand up in court and say we're a gang?
I don't know if he stood up, but he said it.
We seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you agree to cooperate and you give any information and you part of a criminal organization, then that would be considered snitching. If he wasn't a part of a criminal organization, it was just a record label and he was just a rapper, then no, he would be setting the record straight.
But it's interesting how there's selective politicking when it comes to hip hop nowadays, right?
Yeah.
Why is it that way? Why? Because 6ix9ine snitch,
Yeah.
Gunna snitch.
Yeah.
I mean, they all eventually. I mean, I've not seen anybody get arrested and not snitch.
Well,
these days.
I didn't see anybody shame anybody who took the stand on behalf of Nipsey Hussle to get Eric Holder convicted, and these were street guys. Why didn't they let Eric Holder get away so the street justice can get him? Everybody clap, but this supposed to be street. It's supposed to be street. So that's why I say it's bullshit, because they pick and choose. But our kids don't get to pick and choose. Our kids have to stand on it as kids. We've become so heartless and callous, we got our babies standing on this. Our babies can't even go to school and say, hey, he messing with me. He go be a snitch. But what do we tell our kids? If somebody mess with you, you go tell the teacher and then you fight back. Our kids can't even do that. They're gonna be shamed as a snitch.
So this, explain what this is right here.
If you want your pockets to swell, tell.
How do your pockets swell by telling?
Because they pay for
Wait, is that a rat in a jersey?
Yeah, that's a rat. That's the new Crime Stopper. I wanted to rebrand crime stopping. I wanted a new McGruff, a new Dog, and that's it, a rat.
And this is is this a campaign?
Yeah, that's me.
Where are you launching this campaign?
In the communities, in the hip hop culture. That's why I embraced the Williams name, Rat Williams. That's my stage name, Rat Williams.
So that's your stage name when you do comedy?
Yeah, they say I look like Cat Williams, so I took Rat Williams. The internet gave me that name. So rather than me being offensive, because they say, oh, you a snitch, you a rat, you look like Cat Williams, Rat Williams. So I went and embraced it. Okay,
so you just took the power from them trying to shade you.
Yeah, and it's a new character that I want to create into cartoon. I want to bring snitching back to schools.
But it's not snitching if you're a kid who's not a part of the street culture.
We're gonna define it. So we're
gonna take the word snitching and make it a good thing.
We're gonna define it.
How do we define snitching?
Because there's no honor amongst thieves. So if we're telling the kids, okay, there's no honor amongst thieves, then why would you stand on a no snitch code if there's no honor? Why are you trying to be honorable?
Do you think you're gonna be able to penetrate that?
I think I've done a good job so far. Yeah, I think I've done a good job so far.
So, this is very interesting. What rappers do you think would stand by the no snitch code? I mean, Thug hasn't snitched.
Yeah, he hadn't snitched. I can't see too many more.
Is Fannie Willis your hero?
She's one of them. Until she started messing with Trump.
Yeah, she's coming for Trump.
Yeah, and in return, they're coming for her.
If Trump gets elected and arrested and convicted, and he's a president behind bars, would you still support him?
Yeah, because this is one of the dilemmas that America is going to have putting him in prison. He's afforded protection till he dies, so you can't take that from him because he was a president. So he still have to have his Secret Service protection.
In prison?
In prison.
How does that work on the yard?
Nobody's ever convicted a president. How's that gonna work in America?
Right. But do you believe the president should be above the law?
Yeah.
Really?
If they're not directly breaking it. He's not directly breaking it. It haven't been proven.
The hush money with Stormy Daniels.
Man, that's not directly breaking the law. That's paying a bitch to be quiet. Ain't breaking the law, man. That's paying a hoe to be quiet, say we didn't fuck, and she took the money. Bitch.
So she should go to jail?
Nobody should go to jail. This ain't nothing but a hoe in the trick having business. Who should be involved in this?
Why do we all know about it?
Cause the hoe want everybody to know about it. She won't know everybody she done fucked the president. You know how much prestige she get?
But Monica Lewinsky went away.
Yeah, they done her wrong. Yeah, they done her wrong. She was paid to, yeah. Hillary had a lot to do with her going away.
They ruined that woman's life.
Yeah.
But it was the snitch friend. Now that's not snitching, or what is that? That's just running your mouth.
Yeah. See, you got to keep in mind, snitching has to do with criminal activity.
Got it.
Man, the rest of it is just telling the truth and setting the record straight.
Linda Tripp.
Yeah.
That was her name. Okay, listen, you just drove in from Vegas. So what are you doing in Vegas?
I got a residency that we just agreed upon with Wise Guys Comedy Club by way of my guy True. I was given a podcast situation with Green Room Radio where I bring my own podcast, the game-related podcast. And so in order for that to have make sense to me to stop what I'm doing with comedy and then travel to Las Vegas every week to do the podcast, I needed something to supplement that. And so we had shopped around the idea of me, doing some stand-up comedy venues in Vegas. My guy True reached out to the owner of Wise Guys Comedy Club, asked them if they knew who I was. They were familiar, and we talked to residency. Everybody was excited, and we kick it off in July, so every Thursday.
So what does the comedy set look like? Are you talking shit? Are you?
No, man. I'm talking Charleston. So I'm introducing me to the world outside of the internet persona. So it's a lot of personal stories from childhood. The first time I snitched as a little boy and woke up out my sleep like I was dead to go tell on everybody. I don't know how to tell jokes yet. So I'm a great storyteller that make people laugh. So by me growing up and studying guys like Richard Pryor, Andrew Dice Clay, Mal Mabel, Red Fox, Petey Green, so I'm familiar, with comedy. So I put all that into one in storytelling. And so that's what they get.
Okay, so you said that when you were walking in the hallway with the one guy who was, I guess, wanting to box you, you said if he hit you in your one eye, you wouldn't be able to see and it would be unfair.
Yeah.
So we thought ahead and we got you a gift. That's the next gift down there.
Oh, man, you wouldn't got me. Oh, yeah.
Show the camera.
Yeah.
Just so that way, if they're ever gonna get in a situation, we make sure we protect the one, and then focus on just the one good one.
Already.
Okay, listen. So we had to get. I wanted to get deep into all the matters, Charleston White, without all the viral antics, because I wanted you to see the softer side of Charleston. But there's no way in hell that I would have him pull up and us not get into the fuck shit. So now it's time for the games.
Oh, man, shit. Boy, he done got me. Oh, man, we done went smooth all. Come on, this finna get bumpy now, huh?
All right, here at the Jason Lee Show, Charleston, we play a couple games. Not sure if you've ever seen it, but this show has a game called Smash or Pass. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put people up here on the screen one at a time, and you have
Let me see.
you have a paddle on the side. Get the paddle right there on the side, though. And I'm going to bring a name up, and it's really simple. All you got to do is say smash or pass. And why? All right, the first person, we talked about it earlier. I think I know the answer. Brittany Renner. Smash. What about Brittany Renner makes you want to smash?
Oh, she's naturally pretty. Yeah, naturally pretty. And in real life, man, she bad in the motherfucking real life. And she damn near got a perfect little body. And she's very seductive.
Yeah.
Yeah,
she talks her shit.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Do you guys feel like you had a soul connection when she was...
we had energy sparking, and we went out and kicked it for a little bit. Yeah, like two player.
Yeah. Okay, what about this next person? She's a friend to the show. Lotto. She said she talks ho talk. Or you talk ho talk like her.
Yeah. It's something about that mulatto girl. Yeah, it's something about them mixed babies. Yeah, them mixed pretty chicks grow up. Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, hell yeah, nigga smash mulatto.
What do you think about Lotto allowing them to bully her to drop the moo in front of Lotto? Because she used to be mulatto, now she's just Lotto.
Oh, she let somebody bully her to drop it?
Yeah, she didn't.
Yeah, I don't want to fuck no more. Yeah, pass. Yeah, let nobody bully you and change your name. Yeah, I pass on that now. Yeah, I thought she was a real hoe. A hoe wouldn't have cared nothing about who name they think. No, pass.
Okay, this is a friend of mine. I don't know where she is, though. Wendy Williams. Now, I heard that, from a trusted source that you said, or you heard from a trusted source that Wendy has some good pussy.
Yeah, everybody know there's some good pussy. Man, then that pussy got a bankroll. Man, you lying to me. Now I'm fucking to the wheel. Hell, smash like a motherfucker. Yeah, and man, hell yeah. Yeah, shit, yeah. What's up, Kevin? Just smash like a motherfucker.
Ex-husband, okay. Actually, this is somebody.
Oh, he the ex-husband?
Yeah, remember.
And he's still acting like he trying to run something?
Because he had the baby on her with the other woman, and then they got a divorce, and then now he wants her to pay him more spousal support.
Yeah, damn sure did. Hell yeah, I fuck shit out of Wendy. She like no good rotten niggas too.
Okay, I actually just got off the phone with this person earlier, believe it or not. Miss Juicy.
The little midget, Miss Juicy?
Miss Juicy.
The short lady?
Yes.
But she a midget?
She's a little person.
How tall is she?
She's little.
How old is she?
I don't know. She's grown. She might be our age.
Yeah, I might say. Yeah. I done met 2 midgets in the last year. Got me wanting some midget pussy. So yeah, man. And she's shapely. Look like she a bow-legged midget.
She's 4 foot tall.
A bow-legged midget. Look like she bow-legged.
She's sweet.
She look like it.
Okay. Friend of the show. She been on the show. This is
Yeah, I like Miss Juicy.
Suki with the good coochie. That's she
Funny boy, Suki know I want to fuck. Suki, she know that. Yeah, we was in the movie together, and she was just the sweetest little thing she can be. Yeah, I want to fuck Suki.
Okay. Okay, this person, I know you don't like Jordans, and she just broke up with his son. She's a friend of mine, Larsa Pippen.
I don't like old hoes. Yeah, I don't like, that's an old rotten hoe. That's borderline me. That's a no good bitch right there. That's one of them old rotten hoes. She can't do nothing but grow to a rotten bitch fucking with that little boy. Yeah, and she couldn't bag him. Drea know how to bag them young niggas. The one that got pregnant by the young bag, Drea know how to bag, whatever her name is. Nah, pass on this old hoe. I don't like no old rotten hoe.
But she's a good time.
That's like spoiled fruit. We only get to bite one side of the apple, that's good. Rest of that motherfucker go with worm somewhere in it. Pass.
So there's,
old rotten hoe.
So there's no chance.
Not with no old rotten hoe.
But you don't
one
like...
of them young dirty leg hoe, but yeah, not no old rotten hoe.
But you don't like Jordans and then she just dropped a Jordan.
I don't like Jordan tennis shoes. Them tennis shoes is a problem. The Jordan name ain't no problem. It's the tennis shoe wearing motherfucker is a problem. Yeah, them the disruptive kids in school. But nah, man, that's one of them old hoes prey on them young niggas. Man, she ain't had no business fucking that boy. And it's another little boy she looking at. She go fuck him in about 10 more years. He might be 16. She go fuck him when he 26. Nah, I pass on that old rotten hoe. Give me one of them young dirty leg hoes like sexy.
Okay, you once said that you would suck Barbie's titties, so we would just threw this one in there.
Which Barbie?
Well, Margot Robbie, she played Barbie in the movie Barbie.
Oh, yeah. We grew up sucking on the Barbie doll titties. The real Barbie, though. The toy Barbie.
Okay, so use your paddles.
I done sucked the real Barbie titties, the Barbie doll titties on the thing. And I used to put Ken up there and wonder why Ken didn't have no budge down there.
Wait, and you used to have the Barbie and Ken?
Nah, my girl cousin. You know, back then, the girls had the Barbie, but shit, I used to like to go in there and get Barbie naked and look at that white girl titties. And yeah, that pussy with no hair on it and wonder why Ken didn't have that bud. So I would get the color and draw hair on the pussy.
On the doll?
Yeah, on my cousin Tasha doll. She'd be mad in the motherfucker. I wouldn't do it on the black doll. Just the white, cause I had a thing for white girl, cause of that motherfucking Barbie doll.
Wait, but when you would go and get the pen and mark and draw hair on the Barbie's vagina, did your cousin, what does she think about what you were doing?
She wouldn't know till she be changing they dresses later on, cause she had all the Barbies, and you know she used to change their dresses, and then be hollering like a motherfucker when she realized nigga done colored that pussy. Who did this? And everybody know I did. I still like her own pussy to this day.
So when you tried to make Ken smash Barbie, what happened?
I realized Ken was a punk. He didn't have what I had. He had what Barbie had. I knew something was fucked up with Ken by then.
Ken was a sissy.
Yeah. Oh, he was a sissy.
Yeah.
He looked at manly though.
Some of us do. All right, the next one.
Why I ain't never been speechless before? I ain't know what to say.
Hey, I can laugh at myself. All right, you already talked about this next one. I think I kind of know where we're going with this. Go ahead, put her up. Sexy Red. How you go from Margot Robbie, who plays Barbie, to Sexy Red?
You got me on her being Charleston. Yeah, I'm being honest. Yeah.
You said sexy.
Yeah, I come from an era where pussy ain't got no face.
You said you want to see her perform without a wig?
Yeah, because she cute in real life. Yeah, she really cute in real life. She a little cute motherfucker. I just hate all them ghetto ass tattoos on her.
Wait, but when you have sex with a woman that wears wigs like this, do you prefer them to have the wig on or off, or does it not matter? Off?
Yeah. Yeah, y'all.
No matter what the hair looks like under? What if she got cornrows?
Long as she ain't got that little bitty motherfucker that sit right there. You know how they squeeze it to the top and that little motherfucker be, long as she ain't got that little motherfucker right there. I can work, well, I even rub a bald head. But it's just something about that little twig that just sit at the top.
With a ponytail?
You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking
about. That's why you laugh.
Okay, this is our friend to the show. She's in a relationship now, but it's complicated. Carisha. Young Miami.
That's that girl that Puffy be peeing on? Hell no. Man, no. Man, I told you, I just like to fuck. I ain't no freak.
So peeing on a woman is out of it?
Yeah, that's some freaky shit there. Yeah, man, what? You can't spit on them.
Some girls want you to spit on them. I see porn where they're spitting on them. I don't understand.
Yeah, see, well, porn is something new. I come from an era of Playboy magazines.
Right.
Hustler, Penthouse, Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
Steel shots. So I never really graduated to porn.
To the video.
So that's why I can't compete with them kind of girls. So no. Yeah, she beyond freaky. She with Puffy. Boy, ain't no telling what you got to do to her to make her come.
You said you think Puffy fucked Meek.
Yeah, the way they act around each other. Yeah, they seem like one another who done, had a pelvic war before.
Okay.
Yeah, the way he was in that pool that day. Come on now. Hey, daddy. And Meek was up there with his shoulder like that, just leaning on the pool. And he's, hey, daddy, yo. And Puffy talking to him like that. Yeah, no. Hell no.
Okay, what about this one? This is your number one crush? Ruby Rose?
Yeah. Till she just came out and said she like money over morals.
She did say that she loves.
Yeah, she lost me with that one.
Why?
That means she'll do anything.
Okay, with your paddle, smash her pass.
That means she'll do anything for some money.
You're passing on Ruby?
She'll fuck a horse for some money.
But I mean, in today's society where you're trying to just make it by, just a horse.
I'm still stuck on the old color purple. The new color purple got some new shit in it that the old one ain't got. I'm like Mister. Yeah, I ain't with all that other shit. Nah, I like the old. Yeah, this new shit these young girls got to try to make them come and have sexual pleasure. It's just beyond my limitation. So no, I at least want a woman with some morals, because that means she'll fuck over me for some money.
Well, what do you think about, she's dating Drewski now, they seem happy.
Yeah, I'm jealous in the motherfucker. That big old fat yellow nigga got her. And he a fat yellow nigga too. Yeah, I'm mad in the motherfucker. It ain't been no cool fat yellow nigga since Heavy D passed. Yeah, here he come along and got Ruby Road. Yeah, I'm jealous in the motherfucker. I ain't lying, I'm jealous.
Oh God. Okay, the next person, friend of the show.
Boy, she look
Tiffany
good.
Haddish.
Man, yeah, I wanna fuck that crazy motherfucker. Yeah, man, yeah, I wanna fuck that motherfucker.
Yeah, she actually is looking to have a baby right now. Do you want more kids?
No, man, shit, I'm having fun. Yeah, I pass. Shit, I don't want to fuck nobody looking to have no baby. Nah, I'm just looking for a cum bucket.
That's it?
Yeah, your cum bucket. You can cum in it and don't nothing happen.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe, what about this one? She's white and give you a mulatto baby. Taylor Swift.
Smash. Yeah, boy, that's the ultimate white girl right there. You goddamn right, boy. Shit, yeah, hell yeah.
So you would turn Taylor Swift into a cum bucket?
I'm gonna try to make a baby with that white girl.
Why?
That's reparation. Yeah, all the reparations lie with her. You talking about? Yeah, all the reparations lie with her. Shit. Yeah, we can solve world problems. Me and her get together.
She's the only woman to own the NFL.
That's what I'm talking about. Did you hear reparations? I'm gonna get to have, yeah, man, shit, some running and fast jumping, high tackling niggas. Hell yeah, give her.
Okay, this next one is a friend of mine, and
my daddy used to like white women. He left us for a white woman.
This next one is a friend of mine and ex-wife of, ex-fiance of Deion Sanders, Tracy Edmonds.
Boy, I've been loving that woman since, who had her for Deion?
Babyface.
Babyface, I'm telling you, boy, I've been loving her since Whippoorwill.
And I saw her last weekend in New York. She looked better than that.
She do?
Yes.
I think another nigga got her.
No, she's single.
Oh, she is?
Yeah. So look into that camera, and I'll send this clip to Tracy.
Deion like white women. That white went to Denver, and she left.
She left Deion.
I know, man. She know, yeah. She know that nigga want to be with them white women.
So Tracy could get it.
Tracy can get it.
Okay. All right.
I remember her when Babyface had her. She's still bad to this day.
She still looks great.
Still look great to this day. Now, this was just all for entertainment purposes. Because a lot of people watch this, mainly my woman, and she gonna be thinking I really want to sleep with these people. But this just for entertainment purposes, baby.
It's just a game. Blame Marina. She's the producer that put this game in there. So it's Marina. I'll put, this is a picture of
Because
Marina
I ain't
right
never
here.
thought about sleeping with none of these women till now.
Not even Sexy Red? Oh, okay, cool. This next game that we're gonna play is a game that we created here at the Jason Lee Show that Cam Newton stole over at his show called Name Drop. Hey Cam, this is a game where we put up a face of somebody that you may recognize, and you just want, we want you to say the first thing that comes to mind. It could be a memory, it could be a thought, it could be whatever Charleston thinks. All right, the first person, Tyler Perry. Now you said he did the black community a disservice by being Medea. He could have casted a good woman.
I think Tyler Perry, I think he cheated this generation out of who Medea really is. Because now, if you say Medea, this generation automatically think of a man who dresses as a woman. And they don't know Medea is the first in the last matriarch of the family. So he made it a man, and dressed up as a woman in the movie. So I see Tyler Perry, I think of a bisexual man. And that may be unfair to him, but he played Medea so well. Yeah.
That it was like art imitating life?
Yeah. Yeah.
Those were his words, not mine. Okay, next person.
He played her so well, that's all I'm gonna say.
Friend of the show, Annalie Chopper.
Nephew, good-hearted young brother. I called nephew the other day because I didn't know how to apologize to him as a man. Boy, when nephew came out walking with that thing and was doing that little dance like that, and he was looking, let me just say suspect.
Chopper.
Chopper, yeah, remember he done that dance?
The song where he said,
I would fuck me too. Nigga, what? So I said, no, nephew, this not it. But then I kept watching secretly. Yeah, I kept secretly watching because I was feeling uncomfortable and I ain't want nobody seeing me watching. Nobody, no woman, no man, nobody. Because that's my nephew. And then, boy, after that 5th time I watched it, I called him and I told him, you know what, nephew? We need another Billy D. Williams. You ain't nothing but embracing, nigga, the prince. Nah, homie, there ain't nothing gay about what you doing, nigga. Be a sexy sex symbol, nigga.
Right.
Yeah, nah, you in real life, so embrace it. So,
what'd he say?
He said, you sure right, huh? So now, man, I see, young great kid, man, young great brother. I love that young brother.
No, he's cool. He's actually, he called me the other day and said, what do you need me to do to help you with your election? He wants to come out to Stockton, so we're gonna bring Chop out there.
I want to join too. But that's he put me in the movie with Cassinet, Funny Marco. So and so he already had an idea of putting me in this movie, playing this role, and so he was one of the first people, young people, to sit down and have an interview and conversation with me and stay away from the personification of what they thought Charleston was. And he tried to get me to come do what you doing, but I wouldn't do it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when he came here, I had to have that interview with him because I felt like people saw NLE, but I saw all the good-hearted stuff he was doing.
Yeah.
And he was being very guarded at first, and then he mentioned he liked Megan Good, so I FaceTimed Megan Good, and he fell apart.
Yeah, so no, he tried to get me to apologize and say, and I'm like, no, man, I don't want to. But yeah, but it was in the middle of the night after 2 days of long filming. We had just wrapped up filming, so yeah, but he's a great kid. I love him.
Okay, this next person you may know, he's in the news. Diddy.
First thing came to mind, it was blank.
Nothing.
And then a snake appeared.
Why a snake?
There's somewhere in the Bible that says that you have to be as wise as a serpent, but as harmless as a dove. That's probably, he may be conniving, but to reach the pinnacles that he's reached, the success, the fortune, the fame, and even the things that he's gotten away with, you got to be a wise motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
So I see a snake.
When you see what's happening to him, do you think it's unfair, or it was only a matter of time?
It was only a matter of time. Yeah, I think it's two things I think happened to him that's causing what we seem to be his detriment. Keefe D openly talking about Tupac's murder and implicating him. Let me say three things. What he said to the Grammys last year when he stood on stage, thinking that he could talk to those white people the way he talked to those white people, and tell them what they can do with their platforms. And he has these skeletons in his closet, and everybody knows his dark secrets. And then he challenged Ciroc. So, I think that sealed his fate there.
Mm. This next person, we talked about him earlier. First thing comes to mind, Kanye West.
Prophet.
Okay.
Yeah, the misunderstood prophet.
You said once that the truest thing Kanye said was that Hitler did some good and everyone crucified him.
Oh, yeah. Good people do bad things, just like bad people do good things.
Can you be a good person that does a bad thing like the Holocaust and be just a bad person?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so there are children right now in prison that's been locked up since they was children, and they're grown men. And they've been there for 30, 40 years for one bad act that they done as a kid. And it made them a bad person. Mm-hmm. And even though they're in prison and they've redeemed themselves in spirit, they renewed their mind, they've changed their constitution, but because they've done this one bad thing, they're deemed as a bad person. So yes.
Okay, good answer. All right, this next person, Jay-Z.
Mogul. Less is more. Yeah, when I think of Jay-Z, I think of the saying less is more. He says less but does more. So he seems like a silent man who don't speak. So that mystiques give him power.
Well, he got Beyonce. He ain't really got to say nothing either.
They don't speak.
Right. They
don't talk. They don't mingle. They don't. So that mystique gives them power. Silence is power. And he has become a powerful man.
Mm-hmm. All right, this next person, O.J. Simpson.
OJ is the baddest nigga to ever live as a black man in America is the baddest nigga to ever live on planet Earth as a black man in America. There'll never be another nigga like OJ. Dr. King can't compare to him. Malcolm X can't compare to him. OJ was the first black man who superseded blackness. When OJ said, I ain't black, I'm OJ, OJ was OJ. OJ is the first black person who white people pandered to and admired and ate out the, he had white people wrapped around his hand. There's been no other nigga like him.
But you're saying he's more powerful than Martin Luther King and Malcolm X?
When Malcolm X died, they didn't ask for his brain. When Martin Luther King died, they didn't ask for his brain. When O.J. Simpson died, they wanted his brain.
What was that for CTE?
They tell us that for CTE, but when you study who O.J. was and what he did and how he was able to play white America, no other black person have been able to do that. Win the hearts and the mind of white people. And still, even after he was found not guilty and they believe he done what he done in the cold, some white people still loved him.
But Martin Luther King and Malcolm X were able to pull the whole nation of black people together.
So was O.J.
Black people?
Yeah,
when he was playing.
You must have watched the trial. He brought the whole.
He brought the whole world together for that.
But no, he brought the whole nation of black people together.
When the race riots happened.
His trial. OJ.
Meaning because black people had never felt vindication or felt that they'd had a fair treatment in the courts, or what part?
Not because of what black people felt. What he had done, he had beat white people to us. Not only that. He beat them without complaining, without crying, and he constructed his defense.
So he beat them at their own game.
Not at his own game, he really didn't do it. I forgot the name of the serial killer guy who admitted to doing it. But when you study OJ's trial, OJ was coaching his attorneys. OJ would tell which one where to sit, what to wear. He was a unbelievable guy who had talent, charisma, and he had everything. And he was a handsome nigga.
So OJ was a hero?
Yeah, he's a folk hero. Man, OJ, man, it won't no nigga. Dr. King couldn't beat him. He died, he got killed. Yeah. Malcolm got killed, OJ beat him.
The internet is in shambles at this very moment.
OJ beat him.
This is the last one, and we're gonna get you out of here.
And they couldn't get his money. They couldn't get his brain. OJ beat him, man. Shit, man, I love OJ.
OJ didn't snitch though.
Not only did OJ went and stood silent. He didn't make bond because he couldn't make bond. He stayed in solid isolation, 24-hour lockdown the whole time during the trial, and he coached Johnny Cochran to victory.
Okay, this last person, Shannon Sharp. You see that green outfit he had on when he got out the car?
Yeah, man, that's what came up in my mind too, man. I'm trying not to say that, but man, I can't think about them bow-legged hips when he did that. You had to take it there. Say, now, and he'll kick your ass if you say something wrong about him. So I'm just gonna say green outfit.
Okay, look, tomorrow you're turning the big 4-7.
Yeah.
We know how much you love being black and standing on your blackness, so we got you a cake.
Oh, y'all did? A black ass cake, just straight black, like the black face used to be for the nigga have to get on TV.
Yeah, but
you know what kind of cake I like.
But we know you like mulatto, so we put white frosting on it.
Oh, yeah.
Get it black and white?
Yeah.
Well, happy birthday. I appreciate you coming.
Hold on, before I blow this countdown.
Okay.
I ain't finna go to another, well, I can't grow older. I know I'm wrong. So I ain't gonna know I'm wrong and continue to be wrong as a man. Gillie, I apologize, my nigga. Oh. Yeah, I know I'm wrong. I told y'all, and it didn't feel good. But because I felt like he hurt me, hurt people. But I ain't hurt, man. I got a birthday, I'm blessed. yeah, for me to keep getting the blessings and not block my blessings, I'm making a public apology, no matter if you accept it or not. I ask for your forgiveness. Because I don't want to be wrong at 47 and I've done something at 46.
I ain't gonna lie, during this whole interview, the only one thing I was hoping you were gonna do was that.
Yeah, you brought the cake. The cake made me reflect. Looking at this number, I said, man, you can't grow. What if you don't make it till 47?
You're gonna make it to 40.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm telling myself.
Well, because where we grew up, you don't even see past 25. I didn't see past 25.
So nah, man, I don't want to carry into a new year something that don't need to be carried. So that's a burden that I can release from myself because I put it on me.
Well, good. I appreciate it. Well, you gotta blow the candles out. Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to carry that burden because that's a burden. I apologize to Gillie. As I blew out the candle, the wishes that he secretly accept. Yeah. And he ain't got to let the world know nothing. That's between him, me, and God.
We'll make sure that Gillie gets it. Listen, I appreciate you coming on the show. I love the depth of all these different conversations we have because at the end of the day, you know, I mean, I know the content, I see the content, and you know how to make the internet go, but I also see the person.
Let me just say this. I had you pegged wrong because I saw the bullshit. But I know the political shit there. But you still thinking, man, you getting on the platform with the gay male, go do the gay shit that, you know, like.
Well, I was gonna say blow the candles out, but I didn't want to say blow.
No, it ain't.
I gotta think about who I'm talking to.
No. I'm not the pause. I'm not the no Diddy kind of guy. Yeah. So I'm not affected by nothing.
I pause Cam. I get it.
So, but nah, man. So I had just told my partner Saint. I said, nah, man, we had him pegged wrong.
Yeah.
And you really. The cool nigga gay male that a nigga won't have, yeah, man.
That's what Wack said. I don't know. Wack, you must be hanging with the non-cool gay niggas. I don't know what's going on. But I know what you mean. Yeah. I mean, there's levels. I get criticism on both sides. Black, white, gay, straight, gangster, snitching, I tell. I get it. I'm just Jason, man, and I see just Charleston. I'm glad that you're doing your thing, and you can't. There's people who strive to make the type of money and have the type of success that you have, and it's easy to judge on the outside, but to be able to live in it, do it, stay true to who you are, and not care, and you keep getting attacked and keep attacking back and keep surviving. You literally have more lives than a cat.
Yeah. Well, this what I keep saying, man. Hopefully people can see I'm just bullshitting.
Yeah.
Half the shit I'm saying, fuck, I hate, man. I'm just serving. I'm giving the internet what they really want.
Right.
And I'm holding the mirror up to the culture. Nigga, this what y'all love, this ignorant nigga shit. Fuck is y'all talking about? So yeah.
But it's crazy that that's the stuff that gets them to listen. But if there's more to you and more to your message wrapped in all that, people will get it.
No child is born bad. So remember, man, I'm speaking how we affect children, what affected me. This is the same culture that I grew up believing that going to prison is what made you a man. Is now we got a culture of children that don't give a damn about going to prison. They just want to kill. You see what I'm saying? We just want to go to prison and walk the prison hall. We got a group they just want to kill something. They just want a body. So the conditions are getting worse. So I'm saying some crazy shit, but our kids are hearing some way more crazier shit. Okay,
I'm gonna give you one piece of advice. That book you have and the rat thing, add a can of Charleston white pepper spray to it. Sell it as a bundle pack.
Gotcha.
I'd buy it. All right.
It's coming.
We appreciate you for coming on the show. All right, till next time we out of here. Thank you, Charleston. Thank you, everybody. Peace. Hey, thanks so much for watching The Jason Lee Show. To watch more episodes like that, click right here. And if you want to see more, subscribe below and click that notification bell.